Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, officer.
Boy, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinning.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, officer.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Just wanted to say hi to everyone in here tonight. Wait, what? Thank you for coming in. Nice to see you, Tony. Good to see you. Tony, you're traveling through tonight with 14 preteens. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of preteens. I hope you all have safe travels and they don't drive you too bonkers. Minnie, good to see you. Gracie, good to see you. All right, number 7, Gracie Dreaming, good to see you. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you, Minnie. Oh, it's okay, Gracie. I know it's been a rough week all around. And the Path, good to see you. Good to see you too. Well, great. Hey, Star, good to see you. I'm going to pull this up a little bit. I don't know what, it's being wacky today. Maybe it's just me. It's probably a user error on my part. Let's see here. So today, I just got in a letter. I know that we were talking a little bit about Sebastian yesterday and the comment that was made by his step-grandma, Mama Socks, Flying Monkey Mama Socks. Let's see where she is. I have her somewhere. She makes this comment about Nina, and she says that she's playing the victim card and that she needs proof, and she's been writing these comments around X. I've seen a lot on Facebook, mostly Facebook, but I did see X. Good to see you, The Path. And we love Sebastian. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. I had pizza tonight for dinner too, Star. So what I wanted to do, because courtesy of Grace's gavel, she sent me over this letter tonight. And I want to read it to you guys, and I want you to see it. And I want you to see first, which I usually don't like to put children up here unless the parents have given permission or unless they're in a news story. But this is Nina's beautiful daughter and her holding Faith when she was a baby. And so you can't really see Faith's face in this one. So that's another reason I thought it was okay to put it up. But I'm not going to leave it up. I just wanted you to see her beautiful face. And this is her letter that she wrote. And I'm going to read it really quick. It's public. Gracie says yes. I always feel so bad. You know, I try to do disclaimers and stuff like that. I try to not put up things like, if I try guys, I really try. And I know a lot of people do, so it's a good thing. So Kathy says, or excuse me, so Nina's daughter says in this letter, "Hi Kathy, it's me, the little girl you thought was never going to," excuse me, let me start over. I just can't believe this letter, and it made me crazy. Like, I just barely read the beginning of it before I came on, so I apologize, guys. Let me start all over. Okay. "Hi, Kathy. It's me, the little girl you thought was going to be little forever. Well, now I'm older and I have a voice that needs to be heard, and it will be heard in court one day. You want proof? I am proof. I've been glancing a lot at hate comments about my mother, and I don't get involved, but now my voice needs to be heard. My mother is not sitting here playing the victim card like you're making it seem like but she's not. She's probably more concerned about Sebastian's disappearance than you are. By the way, about the whole proof quotes thing, the proof you're wanting is right here. I remember everything like it was yesterday. A couple days before I got sick, you came and picked up my little sister to, quote, watch her. I remember being sick in the hospital bed with your daughter. And your daughter was sitting with me while my mom goes and gets clothes because I had to stay in the hospital. You were on the call with your daughter. You told me you loved me and hoped that I get better. This whole time you knew what you and your family were plotting on doing to our family, destroying us, giving us trauma that we have to live with for the rest of our lives. I remember when I got back from the hospital, my mom was making food for me and my brother, and then we had a knock at our door, and it was a lady with paperwork. And all I remember was my mom crying. I ran out of my room, and she was sitting on the floor crying. Me and my brother were trying to comfort her. Then we got in the car and went to your house. Your husband cracked open the door and was yelling at my mom. My mom was crying and very frantic because she wanted her daughter back. Then I remember seeing a green and black baseball bat being held up to my mom. Me and my brother were just screaming because we didn't want to see our mom get hurt. For the next couple days, my mom wasn't herself. She was so depressed. I didn't know what was really going on until I overheard the conversation she was having with my grandparents that were in New Mexico. Then I finally realized I might not even ever see my baby sister again. I fell behind in school because I was worried, and you and your family had people come talk to me and pull me out of class, interrupting my learning time, just so you guys could make it seem like my mother was a bad person. But she's not. You wanted me to lie about my mother so you guys could gain custody of my sister. I hated being I didn't like being called, I think it says, up to the office because I knew what that meant. I would have to spend hours in there talking to these people, and then come the trial. Ooh, guys, this is a lot. Come the trial, I remember being out in the hallways of the courts wanting to testify. I never got the chance to testify because my mom won the trial. And I remember Big D slamming the door open and saying, "She's effing won." I looked at my grandma because my family was another witness wanting to testify. I asked her, "Did my mom win?" And she said, "I think so." Then my grandpa and mom came out, and my mom was crying with joyful tears. My grandpa was so happy. I remember going back to the apartment complex we lived in, packing all of our stuff and getting ready to go to the sheriff's office. It was nighttime when we arrived, and I seen lots of your family members there. My mom got out of the truck wanting my sister, and then you guys kept giving her a hard time. I was scared sitting in the back seat listening to all of the chaos. Then your son Christopher grabbed my mom's purse and dumped it all over the driver's seat, trying to find a key. And then his sister Melissa was recording, and I wouldn't ever forget these words she said. Just put the truck in reverse and run her over. Just put the truck in reverse and run her over. I remember my mom was going to get ran over. And I remember my mom grabbed me and my little sister and ran to the sheriff's department doors. Then they let us all the way in the back in the room. We sat there for a long time, a very long time. Then they let us know it was okay to leave. We called my grandpa, who was waiting down the road for us, and told him we were on our way. Then we get on our freeway, and I look behind and I see Christopher's dad and stepmom's car following us down the freeway. I was so scared. I kept telling my mom, go faster, mommy, go faster. Then we finally lost them. I remember just kissing my sister and being so happy to have her back. I know a lot of people are going to say I'm making the story up, but between you, me, and my family and God, we all know the truth. We all know what happened. Also, do you remember this picture? It was my birthday. I got to see my sister for an hour at the park. You guys were watching us like a hawk. I remember crying because all I wanted was my sister and my family to be happy again. On my way home, I kept crying because I missed my sister. Also, do you remember this picture? Oh, excuse me. I just went to the next line or the next page. Because I miss my sister so much. No child ever should have to go through this. I hope you have an amazing night. God bless you. We will keep Sebastian in our prayers. Okay, guys, so that's the whole letter. This is the other part, and then this is the ending here. So that's absolutely heartbreaking that this little girl right here had to write this letter because Kathy Bowersox is a liar. And yeah, I said it. And I'm not going to say alleged. I'm not going to say in my opinion. She's a liar. She's a damn bull-faced liar. All right, let's watch a clip.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Today is Monday, September 30th, 2024, and Sebastian Rogers has been missing for 218 days today. In today's video, we will be discussing Eric Craddock. Now, when Eric Craddock first was introduced to us, or introduced himself to us, he was Chief Deputy Eric Craddock of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and he was selected by Sheriff Weatherford, who was at the time sheriff, and he did pass away. But before we dive into that whole relationship and dynamic and how it plays a role in the Sebastian Rogers case, I want to go back to the person that Eric Craddock is. So to begin with, we are going to discuss who Eric Craddock is, and I did a little bit of research on his social media pages, and I would like to present what I have found. Now, this is all, of course, speculation. It is my opinion. I have my own brain that God gave me, and I use my own experiences, my thoughts, my feelings, and the information that I'm getting in factual form from my own two eyes. I always try to present receipts to you for whatever theories or whatever topics we are discussing. And so I'm going to always stick true to that and use my own brain to come up with my own assumptions, opinions, and ultimately conclusions. I also want to bring topics to the table that we can all discuss that I find to be important and or interesting. I always want to encourage all of you to be free thinkers and to do your own research. I'm just one person. That's why building a community and having such a great true crime community is so important for all of these cases. One more thing I want to talk about before we get into Eric Craddock and his history and how he's come to play such a major role in Sebastian's case. I want to say that there is nothing funny about a missing person, especially a missing child, especially someone as wonderful as Sebastian Rogers. And I believe that he deserves so much more than who is involved in his case. And that is why I deemed it necessary to discuss Eric Craddock, because there are a lot of things that I found and that were brought to my attention that I feel the need to discuss with all of you. I have spent the better part of my videos giving the benefit of the doubt to Chief Eric Craddock and ignoring the feelings that I had about him, and maybe I just wanted to believe that he was a good guy. My first impression of Eric Craddock, of course, is a physical one where he is a clean-cut guy, definitely has a military background, but when he spoke and the arrogance in his mannerisms and even in his voice showed a lot of immaturity on his part. This was later proven during my research. Eric Craddock is now running for Sumner County Sheriff. He is running unopposed, and he is running with full support of the late Sheriff Cyn Weatherford's family. He has no problem putting himself all over social media and speaking about himself and how he would make a wonderful sheriff, which, by the way, he is the interim sheriff, but he has yet to come out and publicly speak about Sebastian's case, and it has been since April 2nd, 2024. That was the last press conference. He was joined by the TBI that day, and I included the clips in the video. I also included two separate clips from two separate dates where Nick Barris from the local news station there in Tennessee recycled Eric Craddock's statements because he couldn't even get a sit-down meeting with Eric Craddock. Now, Eric Craddock does follow Nick Barris on social media. Nick Barris is the only news reporter that I could find on Eric Craddock's page that he follows.
Then one more clip, guys. One more clip.
So, what do I think of that? I think it stinks. Why do I think that? Because in the beginning of the case, Nick Barris was the one who broke the flashlight video. And now, when we fast forward to 7 months later, Nick Barris is singing a different tune. Yeah, it smells like corruption to me. On June 23rd, 2013, Eric Craddock writes in a post on Twitter, and I quote, at oh Mr. Wonka, grape minus the G we all know, and you can see it on the screen, is such a strong word, period. I prefer snuggle struggle, period. End quote. And he added a underscore Platt, who is, to my knowledge, his current wife. My initial reaction and response to seeing this filth was to post it on my community wall. So I did post it on my community wall, and I have been waiting for the opportunity to discuss it fully with you. And all I can say is the first thing that popped into my mind when I read this comment, how are victims supposed to feel comfortable going to a person that believes this garbage? Another major concern that I had with this comment is the fact that this is a man who is now trying to run for the sheriff of Sumner County unopposed. And then my brain went to the fact that Sebastian Rogers was SA'd while in the care of Chris and Katie Proudfoot. It always made me wonder when that information came to light why law enforcement did not take it seriously. And now I have my answer. And who says that to their wife on a public platform, forum, chat, whatever you want to call it? Like, seriously, that's grimy. So, Eric Craddock, I have a question for you. Who do you think you are? Because it seems like you think that you are some big hotshot, but some of the other comments that you have made about women are very distasteful, just to say the least. So, we have women are like bacon. They look good, smell good, taste good, and slowly kill men. And underneath of that, that was on 12/14/13. And it says, I like the one I found on eBay. That's disgusting. Okay, that's really gross. And that comment was 11/29/13. Now I get that you're reposting men's humor, but I have a really good sense of humor. I like to put humor in my videos. Not everybody thinks my videos are funny, but I'm going to tell you right now, that's really nasty. What is said underneath of that? The one you found on eBay? Is that why it took so long for you to get married? But yet you want us to believe that you're some family man that deserves a position in the sheriff's office? Give me a break. You lost the benefit of my doubt with the whole snuggle struggle BS that you pulled, but then I started looking more into you, and I also found this one's real cute here. Don't try to understand women. Women understand women, and they hate each other. Oh, hey-oh, ba-dum-bum ching. So I guess that means that you don't like women, because that's two negative posts about women. This one, 11/19/13. So 2013 was a real bad year for you and women, looks like, there, Craddock. Is that still the case? A real woman, a lady, Eric Craddock, is someone who lifts up other ladies and young ladies. The strongest person I have ever known in my life was a woman, and I don't have enough fingers and toes to count how many strong women that I know out there that inspire me every day. I fully support other women, so I don't know what you're talking about. I don't hate other women. I don't hate myself. Seems like you hate women.
Okay, guys, so I went off on Craddock there. One more thing I want to point out, and Island, hi, good to see you. I think Craddock is on the DL too. I think Chris is too, the way he acts. Meow, it's good to see you. Hey, Jude, good to see you. Good to see you guys. Let me show you guys again this little girl's picture. I said I wasn't going to show it, but when we were on the break, I realized this again. She's wearing those braces and that was around the time that Chris hit her in the face and busted her lip open because she was wearing braces. And whenever you hit your mouth, you know, when there are metals in your mouth, your lips are going to get hurt by it. And so I just want to show that one more time, just so you guys could kind of put it into perspective of how old that little girl was when he decided to backhand her in the face. You know, not his finest hour. But then again, I can't really think of very many times where we've seen Chris in a good light, where he's put himself in a good light, or where people have described him in a good light. I am really proud of Nina's daughter, and I'm not going to say her name, but I'm just glad that she decided to come forward and stand up against this monster. And I will show you this too that Gracie sent me, and I am glad. That she did. Okay, it says, this is who the monster Kathy Bowersox really is, and her monster of a son, Chris Proudfoot. Thanks for sending. And this came from Michelle. If you guys can see that. And then you got Sebastian's beautiful little face right there. Looks like he was either scared to death, angry, upset. He definitely isn't smiling. He's definitely not smiling. Hey, Donna, good to see you. Good to see you. Mullet card, hey, Jude. Mullet card revoked, Chris. You're not that cool. All right. And so let's go ahead and listen a little bit more. I just kind of wanted to get out the video that I put out close to his election period, too. It was close. I kind of got a little discouraged because I saw all of the support that he was getting. And so good to see you, Chief. Chief, I got something special for you tonight in this episode. And so by request. And so let me go ahead and just play this through, because I want to show, I was going to just say that when I saw you pop in, I want to just show, it is from the Cyn Family. I hope I'm saying that right. Cyn Family. And I have dropped their link because I was good today. All
But
right,
the
here we go.
nastiness doesn't stay in 2013. Oh, no, 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 folks. It doesn't stay in 2013. It spills right over into 2014. You know, like a big barrel of toxic green oozy mess. Yeah, here we go. 3/22 of 2014, and Eric Craddock reposts, just cuddling with my favorite, bunch of exclamation points, pillow, ... 69, and a nasty, I don't know, like a scared face, then a happy winky face. I mean, come on, that's trash. And so what I can gather from this post and others is that Sheriff Craddock likes to cuddle with inanimate objects rather than an actual person. He'd rather buy a woman on eBay than cuddle with an actual woman. And to me, that's a degenerate person. And it also brings me to the conclusion that the grape comment, while it was also lacking an emoji to show that it was a joke of any sort, which is still not funny, but it would have been better if maybe he had been kidding about it. But when you look at these posts, what I can gather from all of this is that he is into power and control, because all of us that know anything about rape, any of us who have been through that before, we know that it has nothing to do with any type of attraction. It doesn't have anything to do with any type of love. It has everything to do with complete power and control over another person. Put simply, they are using another human being to satisfy themselves and get off on having power and control over another human being, and is directly associated to sexual deviance. Does anyone think that this man deserves to be the interim sheriff? Yes, there are people who fully support Eric Craddock, including his wife and many in his community. Eric Craddock even thinks he is the best thing since sliced bread, reposting 8/5/13, plan for tomorrow, wake up, be awesome, go back to sleep. Or how about this one? Just sounds like a real critical ass to me. It says, if you type like this, don't be offended if I throw a dictionary in your face. Wow, well, that really sounds like something a public service officer should be saying. Someone that we're paying our tax dollars to should be making fun of people who don't know how to spell. Okay, that's awesome. Good for you. Go back to sleep. Another one was addressed to his now wife, and this is 8/21/13. Have you ever looked at a person and thought, yep, you have somebody locked in your basement? I mean, haha, that one's kind of funny. Yeah, that one's funny. He's always like reposting and adding his lady in like awkward, weird, creepy posts. So it makes me wonder if he's like teasing her because he knows that she's creeped out by certain people, or that, you know, he works with people at his job that are creepy like that. I mean, obviously he's a cop, so he works with people that are, you know, a questionable character and, you know, possibly criminals and might have people in their basement. But in the same token, it's like, why can't he say anything nice about her ever, or say, hey, beautiful, good morning, or just something? I mean, in a public forum, it's just very awkward that he would feel that comfortable to continue to tag her in these very cryptic, in my opinion, posts. And thankfully, on 10/31/13, Eric Craddock did not tag his lady in this post, but he does say repost, there are a few people that I would like to take trick-or-treating on a highway dressed in a deer costume. Begs the question, who is he talking about? There is truth and candor, so is he joking, or who is he talking about? Let me know what you think in the comments below. No telling, so let's move along. Now, it seems as though Eric Craddock has moved over to using Facebook more often now in the present day. So here we are in the present day where Eric Craddock is the senior chief petty officer at the Navy Reserve, and that's still until the present day. Now, for those of you out there who have not heard about Chief Craddock still being an active member of the Navy, if your spidey senses are going off, mine were too when I first saw this. So he is definitely closer connected and more associated with the Proud Feet, and that makes me pause because for a very long time I couldn't understand the disconnect between Seth and the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, mainly because Seth is part of and affiliated with law enforcement.
Okay, guys, just wanted to pop in really quick and thank Star for the membership. Thank you so much, Star, and welcome in to the Lady Freedom crew. I don't know what we're called yet, guys. I have no idea, but welcome nonetheless. And let's see. I just had like a brief, so during that video, I wanted to just let you guys know it is not his current wife. It is in fact a girlfriend of his that he had. They just look really similar. So I think he just kind of has a type of lady, both beautiful ladies, just going to put that out there. And in my opinion, and then let's see. Oh, the Navy connection. So I did add that to this video. I just didn't really go far into it because I wasn't sure if it had a deeper connection because I couldn't find one. And so we will discuss that later when we look at the Cyn family. So, oh, I don't know what I've done here to my screen. Hold on, I click something. There we go. Okay. Let's see here. Hi, couponing. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's see here. I will just play this next one right through, guys.
So he's a correctional officer, and in that regard, they back the blue. We hear this all the time, back the blue, back the blue. But are naval and military ties stronger than backing the blue? I don't know. I'm not part of any type of law enforcement or Navy. I do have many family members. My family mostly served in the Navy. However, that doesn't necessarily mean if I asked somebody that is actively serving in the Navy what they thought about the subject, that they would know what the connection would be between Eric Craddock and the Proud Feet. But when I look at this, that's the connection that I'm making, is mainly that they are all Navy. Could this be the reason why Sebastian's home was not treated like a crime scene when that was the last place that he was? And some other little nuances that I found while following Eric Craddock was that he's following multiple real estate agents and insurance agents. And so, with that being said, and Chris Proudfoot's mother being a realtor, I think that there may be a larger connection there as well. And it sure would explain a lot. Another connection that I found was to multiple churches, one being Long Hollow Church. And so I don't know if that has anything to do with the vigil not being held there that was scheduled, or they were trying to set up a vigil there and it fell through. Another strange connection, especially with what we were speaking about earlier with the abuse and the SA, I see that Eric Craddock is still actively following Adventures with Purpose. And for those who don't know, the main proprietor of Adventures with Purpose has been brought into court and has accusations against him from a family member stating that he was making that young woman participate in what Eric was calling, quote, a snuggle struggle, end quote. Just like any other predator, guys like, say, Shitty Diddy Combs, Cuff Daddy, they do get the keys to the city sometimes before they're caught. But always pay attention to when they call what they're doing a fun nickname, or they show how proud of themselves they are about the nasty things they have done to another human being. Just like the snuggle struggle, P. Diddy liked to have called his a freak off. And make no mistake about it, they are proud of themselves. They think they're going to always get away with it, and they will always try to say it was consensual. Of course, I am simply making comparisons, and I am not accusing anyone of any crimes that they have not committed. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty, until they're in a court of law and they have been convicted by a jury of their peers or a judge. I'm just sharing what I've learned, what I've observed through my research, and some of the conclusions and opinions that I have based on what I have seen and past experiences of my own. I have learned a lot through therapy. So ultimately, those are the places that I am going and sources to help me to draw my opinion on this issue. I realize that it's been a large elephant in the case because, of course, we do not want to bash law enforcement. We do not want to have to expose any type of corruption at any level because it's bad for the community. It's bad for everyone involved. It brings on a lot of trauma and pain. And I definitely understand that. I understand that I'm talking about real people with real lives, and I respect law enforcement. And the reason why I gave the benefit of the doubt as well is because I truly believe that there is more good than bad in law enforcement. I know we hear so many stories where law enforcement drops the ball or they do something awful in a power position that maybe they never should have even been given that power position. And so with that same spirit, I have to expose what I have found and what my opinions are. Otherwise, I don't feel like I would be fully covering Sebastian's case, because you may be asking yourself, why is she talking about Craddock when he doesn't have much to do with the case other than trying to help? And he is the law enforcement officer that has been appointed.
Okay, guys, so we have Brown Eyed Virgo in the house. I wanted to say hi to Couponing, Scranton Strangler, and Karen Powers. Good to see all of you tonight. Good to see you guys. So just going into Craddock and what he said, I just always feel like it's very shady and weird whenever somebody will make a comment like the snuggle struggle, because they're minimizing an act of violence. And I don't think that it is proper for a police officer, and it's not becoming of an officer of their office. It makes them look bad. But we're going to watch some clips because as we go through this, I have another 7-minute clip of just me ranting. And then we'll get into the Cyn family, what she has to say. She plays a couple of clips really quick before I do the rant, pre-recorded rant. I got just a quick idea while we were watching, because I remember Terry Lynn just played a clip from, I believe it was the Channel 2 news, and it was about an officer in Hendersonville who was driving over 100 miles an hour down the highway, drunk off White Claw, allegedly, and he was pulled over by a deputy. He was higher ranking, but he was off duty at the time. And so he ended up, yeah, he is icky. He is. And so he ended up getting pulled over, getting out of the car. He attacks the deputy because the deputy will not take off his body worn camera. And he ends up assaulting a fellow officer in the process of trying to get his body camera off of him. So they haven't come out and really said much more about it that I've seen. I don't know what exactly his BAC was or what the whole story was behind it. But it's definitely reckless driving if he was going over 100 miles an hour. And then also just, just unbecoming of the police force. It's not particularly the force's problem or fault when someone does that off duty. Of course, the deputy did a stellar job of not allowing a superior officer to sway his morals and values and from doing his job. So hats off to that guy. There's good people, right? Because we would have never heard about this if he decided to go ahead and just say forget it. When it came to him being pulled over, it was a superior officer of his. But nevertheless, it did happen, and there's a couple of more things that's been going on around the area that I think is really noteworthy in the police department. We were talking about last night how they don't have an internal affairs department per se, but they do have some people that will hold them accountable, and we'll kind of see that in a clip that I'm going to show here. Yeah, Chief says stay away from the baby oil. Gracie says they put that out to stir the pot. His stepsister passed. However, it was not Green Hoodie. Law enforcement did interview Green Hoodie 1,000%. Thank you. 100,000, excuse me. 100,000. There's a lot of zeros in there. But thank you, Gracie, for confirming that, or for, bringing that up, because I do believe that, there was a lot of speculation that was unnecessary. I didn't really think it did have much to do with it. I just didn't have any time to research it, honestly. I just feel bad for whoever passed away, even when it's Mr. Proudfoot. I joke about him. I call him the mullet man or mullet card revoked. I have a machete on there with him saying machete. That's his actual court photograph of him saying machete. But at the end of the day, that was a person that passed away, right? And that was his family member. So we gotta remember that and everything. But in that doesn't change the actions of what he's been doing, what his mother has been putting out there, what he's been putting out there, and what this brave young woman decided to come forward with, especially in this case. Like, to come forward in this case, you should get, some kind of a medal, I think, because especially being a young person like that, for her to be able to be out there and to really firmly stand on what she knows happened, her truth, what happened from her own perspective. Hats off to Nina's daughter. Hats off to her. Um, thank you, Gracie. Thank you. You guys are all awesome. Oh, Lil Red says, I wish people would not take everything Hong says as facts. They are not facts. They are just digs to make someone mad enough to talk. Yeah, I think so too. I really think that's a strong point, Lil Red. Like, it's a strategy, right? What they're trying to do is a strategy. Let's see if we can poke and get somebody really mad, and then they're going to come out and say something, because let's be honest, and we've talked about that on this podcast a couple of times in the beginning, I think. But basically, just the fact that if you're really, really mad, you tend to say things, and things pop out because you're mad and you don't even realize it. And Chris has done that several times, so that's a wonderful point, Lil Red. That's the strategy, I do believe. And that's just my opinion. I don't know Hong. I don't talk to him, so I wouldn't know what his end game is. But I think that is a really strong theory. And the path says, corruption has a very bad, toxic energy. It will change and destroy lives. Absolutely. Absolutely. And another strong point that the Cyn family makes on her podcast is about nepotism. And I added that in to the title, because when we see nepotism, especially in small towns or towns that were smaller and everybody knows each other, right? But they just get bigger and they're like a bigger city. We do see that, where because you know people, and so you don't want to think that the people that you're going to barbecues with are being like that, or you don't want to think that your brother-in-law or your sister-in-law or somebody like that is that way, right? You don't want to admit that. People don't like to admit that their town is in bad shape, right? They want to believe that their town is safe and that the police officers are good. That's what we need and want in our lives. We all want that safety. Maybe it's a false sense of safety, but it is a sense of safety either way. Karen says, Gracie's gavel, thank you, but I have a Facebook. Okay, Facebook, sorry. I don't know why I read that one. The Star says it creates so much chaos when they get on X, really distracts from finding Sebastian, in my opinion. Yes, Star, I stayed off of X today. I was a good girl and stayed off of X today. No, I was dealing with a lot of other stuff. You know what I mean? So that's why I didn't go on there. But it was overwhelming for sure. I agree. Like, when I was on there, I think it was like Monday and Tuesday, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is information overload. Should I click this video? Is this going to be worth watching? Because there was so much. And usually I can get some pretty good updates, especially on Facebook groups and things like that, that I trust, that I have trusted. I've been a part of for a long time through this. So, Tracy, um, I don't know what you guys are doing in the chat. You're cracking me up, though. Minnie says, hi, couponing. Being Grace. You guys are awesome. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and we'll play this next one is like a 7-minute one, and then we're going to get into the other interview.
But the nastiness doesn't stay in 2013. So he's a correctional officer.
Sorry.
After all, he has been on the case since day one, boots on the ground, looking for Sebastian. That first week, they really hit the areas hard, and we really appreciate law enforcement, and I really appreciate them too. However, I find it very hard to believe that Eric Craddock cares as much as I do, for example, about victims' rights, about women's rights, and that is reflected in his posts. The level of disrespect that is shown to his wife, who he has been with for a very long time, and they recently were married on June 13th, 2022. They have a beautiful family. They really do. And people do change. I noticed that he's been on a marriage 360 following them. And so hopefully he is making strides to be a better man. But I have to speak about this because I wouldn't be doing Sebastian justice. I wouldn't be doing Sumner County justice. And some of the people that I have met from that area or that I speak with on a regular basis online, I can't allow them to not see what I have seen. I observed another example of the level of disrespect Mr. Craddock shows Mrs. Craddock, and the proof is in the Twitter posts versus what she has written about him on Facebook. She fully supports her husband. She wants him to succeed, and she even called him, quote, admirable, end quote. She sees his drive. She sees his passion. She loves this man. And the posts that I see reflecting back on her are nothing but a one-sided relationship that I feel very unfortunate for her, having been there myself. As a matter of fact, I support women who are strong enough to stand for what they believe in. I support women for making their own decisions and choices, and I support women who are trying to do the best they can for their families. I fully support that. What I can't support is a man who's running for sheriff who seems to be putting on a really great facade. He's shaking hands, he's kissing babies, all the while not speaking about the other huge elephant in the room, which is Sebastian. How he can promote himself without tirelessly searching for this young man is beyond me. He has not stepped forward and even said his name in months. Eric Craddock is an educated man. He is not dumb. Even though he has an accent, like a country accent, I know that that's been swirling around online, that just because somebody has an accent, that means that they're dumb. But that's not the case. Accents are funny. They're fun. They're different. I love accents, and I have one. It's something different. It's something unique. It's something about where you came from. And so nobody should be ashamed about that. Just putting that out there. At the end of the day, when we're speaking about Sheriff Craddock, he is not a dumb person. He is not a dumb man. He can apply himself to this case, but it seems like he has his head somewhere else. It seems like he'd rather be out promoting himself than looking for Sebastian. Cyn Weatherford, rest in peace. Thank you so much for your service. I have nothing bad to say. I don't know anything about the late sheriff. I do know that his family loves him and that his family is grieving him, and my prayers and my heart goes out to his family and friends and the entire community. As I said before, Sheriff Craddock does have the support of Cyn Weatherford's family members, his wife, and I have included her post. He has the support of his own family and his wife. Now, Cyn Weatherford did handpick Mr. Craddock for this position, and it seems to me, based on the posts that I've included, that Cyn Weatherford was somewhat of a mentor to Eric Craddock and wanted him to succeed.
One more clip, guys. Sorry about that.
According to Sheriff Weatherford's wife, he thought very highly of Eric Craddock, and he was really pushing for him to become the next sheriff after he retired. But unfortunately, he had an untimely death where he hit his head and he passed away from falling, which does happen with elderly people. But it is a little bit suspicious, especially with the way this case has gone. At any rate, Sheriff Weatherford thought the world of Eric Craddock, and the best example that I can give is from Rocky 5 when Rocky mentors this up and coming boxer, and he just thinks he is awesome. He sees himself in this person, and this person ultimately lets him down and stabs him in the back, which of course this didn't happen unless there's some conspiracy that maybe Eric, had something to do with the fall or his death, but I personally don't think that's the case. What I'm trying to get at is that sometimes in life we will see a young person and we will want to mentor them. We will want to see them succeed. We'll want the best for them. And the person that we choose isn't the right person. Sometimes we can't see what others are seeing. Sometimes we don't know the other side to a person. And so I really think that is more feasible than any type of conspiracy. I honestly believe that Sheriff Weatherford saw the best in this young man. He's an up and coming, sheriff, and he really wanted to endorse and support this young person, and I find that to be very admirable. So many questions still remain in this case, but one I want us all to examine today is, do you think that Eric Craddock has been part of the Polishing Turds campaign? Now, if you haven't watched the other videos in this series, I'll just give you a quick rundown of what I'm talking about. Do you think that Sheriff Craddock has been making Chris and Katie seem like better people than they really are? Or do you think that he's been doing a great job? Or do you have other opinions about the subject? Let me know in the comments. I'll let you know what I think.
Okay, guys, so that's the end of the video that I did on Craddock. Well, it was a longer video with more stuff, but I could link it in there anyway. I just wanted to kind of go over the commentary and then just some of the research that I found in there. Good to see you, Holly S. Good to see you. Yeah, Karen, I agree. I do think that everyone's passing is, it's tragic. A lot of times we don't, it's unexpected a lot of times. So yeah, untimely passing for everyone, I think. Let's see here. Oh, Meow, you sent me an email. I see. Okay, let me see here. I will look at it. Let's go ahead and play this clip. I don't have a whole lot to say, obviously, because I said all of it in there. Basically, I just figured that Sheriff Weatherford did like Mr. Craddock, and he decided that he was going to kind of mentor him and champion him for the position to take over in the Sumner County Sheriff's Office when he retired. Now, he did pass on, speaking of which, and I'm sure that's why Karen was talking about the untimely passing situations, because it was sudden, it wasn't expected, it was an accident of sorts. He fell, and so with that being said, I think that it wasn't supposed to be now. Maybe there were still things he wanted to teach him, and maybe if they had more time, he would have realized that Eric Craddock wouldn't be a good fit for it. I'm not sure. Obviously, it didn't work out like that. But with that being said, let's play this next clip because I think it's really interesting. Oh, and the path says, I think if the sheriff has some sort of corruption involved with this case, he would have requested other agencies that were federal to help him. Yeah, I mean, I would think so too. They did have people to come in at first. Like in the first 7 days, they had a lot of different resources come in. So they had like Secret Service, FBI. They did have the TBI assisted. They did have other surrounding agencies that came in, like Gallatin. The problem is that Gallatin is also a very good source, we'll say, for or excuse me, I should maybe not even source. How would I put it? There is a connection with Chris's family and Gallatin, and that is because they live there, and his mother, is a real estate agent out there. They are well known. I'm trying to think if I could take this off because I didn't upload it as a let me see, I might be able to add it in as an overlay. Let's see. Oh, maybe I probably I created it on my other one. Okay, so, but either way, that's Craddock behind us, and he is running. He ran unopposed. Meow said something I have never heard of about CP and ex-wife Rachel. Meow, I've heard some things about Rachel. I've heard that he was highly ABUSE to her. Like, he liked to get physical with her and put hands on her, as well as used a hammer in some capacity. Now, I don't know if that is true or not, but I do see a pattern of ABUSE with him. I think that he took a different route and decided that, he would discipline the kids instead of trying to discipline his wife, because of the fact that, let's face it, he can get in less trouble. He hasn't even been charged or even, to my knowledge, questioned about hurting Sebastian, other than through the DFS reports, but CPS. But there were 5, and then one still active and open. And so whether it's because they have a certain time frame for that, or whether it's because they still believe that it should be an open investigation until they can find Sebastian and ask him, which I would hope that's what they were doing. I would hope it's not some kind of a Tennessee law that's the only reason why they're keeping it open, because that makes me lose more faith in the CPS than I already, lost for them. Respect, faith, hope, love, all of it, because we see this too much. There needs to be reform. There needs to be things changed. It's just very apparent. And how many more kids are we going to let fall through the cracks before we're going to say that enough is enough? We need to get better resources and do something for these kids. And Island says Craddock should be removed due to conflict of interest of being an acquaintance of CP. In my opinion, if CP's mom is a big donor to his campaign, is another red flag, in my opinion. Yes. Thank you, Island, for your comment. That's why I put his campaign up behind me. Maybe I could add it in on my other phone if I try. But yeah, that's his campaign photo, but it was in the video too. So, I mean, he's definitely trying to gather support through Facebook, through social media. But then again, he does not like us. He does not like social media. He just kind of wants to use it to his advantage. I did not see him sharing Sebastian's missing poster, guys, or any child's missing poster. I will say that it looked like his close family friend was going through some hardships with their children, and their children were battling an illness. And a cute, cute little kid. Really sad story. And I did, obviously learn about that while I was looking through the information. And he was sharing that type of thing, but nothing that wasn't pertaining to like his own social life. Just to put that out there, just from what I saw. And couponing agrees with Island. Gracie says that Rachel is scared. I believe that. I believe some people talked with her or found out about what had happened, because he was asked about it on Smiley's channel, and they said what happened with Rachel, and what happened with her head. Why was it bleeding? Things like that. And whenever Smiley brought up his wives, Chris went back to the first wife and started talking about his first wife, second wife, third wife, Nina. And then he started talking about, and he did say it like that too. He was like, Nina. And then he started talking about how, they're both hotheads and they should never been together. And then how there's, open situations through the family court with them. And then we find out that there's like years and years of family court battle going on because of the letter that we read in the beginning, because of what had happened there. They tricked her into thinking that they were going to take care of baby Faith, while her daughter was in Vanderbilt Hospital dealing with some sort of a sickness. It obviously wasn't anything, major, but still, when one of your kids is sick, it's very difficult, no matter what it is. So yeah, I believe that, Gracie. I believe she's scared. I mean, I would be scared too to come out in this case. That's why I'm like, I just was blown away by that little girl. The path. It was my understanding that some of the agencies involved would not have gotten involved unless they were specifically requested to do so by the sheriff. Yeah, absolutely. They're kind of like vampires. So if they are invited, they can come. If they're not invited, then they can't. I know that Ken Widener was very much vigilant in his pursuit of getting information from other agencies on children with autism, and them what kind of their mannerisms are when they disappear. Is there certain things that are common in those cases, as in, that's why people were searching towards the water and going towards things that he may like, even to the point of hiding, because he did like small spaces, they said. So but yeah, they do. They have to be invited in, and they have to be, the agency that has jurisdiction has to be the one to give over permission and tell them, go ahead and take this on. And Gracie's Gavel says, Rachel is terrified to this day. Please be gentle. Yeah, see, thank you, Gracie. I appreciate that. See, I don't know much about her situation. Star, thank you so much for gifting a membership. If you guys got a membership from Star, make sure you say thank you. Thank you, Star. That is so sweet of you. And Island says, was it the old sheriff or Craddock who requested? Oh, they did not request. I'm not sure. Excuse me. They had to have requested the help, but I don't know who requested it, or if the agencies kind of showed up and they just allowed them to, kind of a thing, because that could be too, especially like on the local level, like say Gallatin shows up. I don't think they're going to turn it down necessarily. But they do have to like approve it. So that's a good question, Island. That is a really good question. Yes, meaning everyone be gentle about Rachel. Yes, because it's a tough subject, guys. It's such a tough subject, and even today, that's what I was working on too before the show. I put together the interview with Sheriff Scott Matthews for Crystal McCrory Jones's case. So I wanted to add in all of the receipts because her sister did a phenomenal job of adding in these timeline details that were pulled off of his computer, and I was able to kind of put them into the frames. That way people could see them as she's talking about them. There is so much more to it, but I wanted to at least put a good bulk of it in there. That way you can see it and hear what he's saying, and then go from there onto the next one, because there are 2 more recorded calls that I want to play for you all. But I just really needed to put this into perspective. It is viewer discretion advised, because as Gracie said, when things like this happen, and horrible, terrible things, guys, I'm telling you, for the aftermath for the families or the survivors is immense. Even the littlest thing can be triggering, or pull back all the memories, bring on nightmares, flashbacks, old behaviors that you thought that you kicked, things like that. And I'm talking about not just even substances. I'm just talking about the flinching, the waking up crying, the closing yourself off and barricading your door shut. Those things that happen start coming back to you, unfortunately. And so thank you, Gracie, for being for your comment, because that means a lot to me, and it's so important for people to remember, because yes, we do want to bring awareness, but we also want it to just be very delicate with it, because it's super hard. It's just so hard. It's so hard. Karen Power says, I can see that path. I'm still not sure that he shouldn't stand. Excuse me. I'm still not sure that he shouldn't hand it over to the FBI. I could imagine that he was exhausted much of his resources in Sumner County, and with crossing out of the state, that's a lot. And see, Karen, that's the reason why I think that they could get involved, and they should. And that's one thing that they really don't have to be invited for, is if it becomes federal, meaning they cross over the state lines, it's a whole nother ball game. Then they don't have to be invited at all. The perpetrator, or whoever their subject or person of interest is, the minute that they cross over the state lines, then it becomes a federal offense or a federal charge. And they can step in. So thank you for saying that, because that puts it into perspective too. Because it is difficult to explain kind of how it works. And if we all remember, I mean, the only people that did cross state lines were the Proud Feet, right? Seth did see the South Carolina photo, but I'm talking about around about the time of Sebastian's disappearance, for lack of a better way to say it. So yes, Karen, that is a great point. It's open because Sebastian is missing. Amen, Gracie. I believe that. I believe it. Even Chris said it himself to Josh on the lab. He said, look, there's an open investigation, because whenever a child goes missing, they automatically have to open an investigation through CPS. Now, is that a 6th report that they've opened and closed because Sebastian's still missing? I don't know, but I would imagine absolutely they kept it open. If there was an existing 5th CPS report, in my opinion, I can definitely see them just keeping that open because of the status quo. Every time a child goes missing, CPS case is open. Yes, ma'am. And that's what Chris said. He admitted that to Josh, and he fought him tooth and nail too. Said there was, that was the one I was talking about, and and calling him a liar. And then, let me get the tough questions. And it was just a nightmare. Randomness. Congratulations. Randomness. I'm glad that you're here. I didn't know you were here. Wiley B, nice to see you, Wiley B. I know you're in here. That's good. And Karen says, I have so much sorrow and compassion for all of CP's exes. I can't imagine how horrible it must have been. Oh my gosh, I know. And he just keeps getting worse. It's not like he's gotten better. He looked like he was a nice Navyman, a nice seaman. uh, but he turned out to be really horrible and like a nightmare, bigger than a nightmare, more like what nightmares are made out of. And let me pull up, I will show you this. This one I got from Betty's channel. And I just so happened to be watching her video one day, and his mug pops in with his first wife, and I'll be darned if they didn't look like kin to each other. I mean, not to be, but it was weird. And then I thought, that is his wife standing next to him? I thought it might have been his sister at first, because they really look alike, in my opinion. And I say that only because I pay attention to people's facial features, because I like to draw and I like to paint, but I pay attention to their facial features. And at first, when I first saw them, I thought, oh, that's a cute picture of him and his sister, like, before he went in the Navy. But then you look down, and that is his first wife. And he looks like all, Eddie Haskell about it, now that we know who he really is. But he looks like, oh, I'm just a soft little teddy bear. Look at me. I'm Chrissy Poo. My mommy says I'm awesome. There we go. Sorry, I had to get that out. That picture always cracks me up too. Oh, goodness. Meow. Jaundice. Oh, Dreaming, good to see you. I didn't know you left, Dreaming, but I'm glad you're back. I'm so glad you're back. Dreaming says, try hard not to be judging others, but some people just don't give a shit about other people, and that's what makes me so mad sometimes. Me too, Dreaming. Like that one day I was like, what is wrong with you? I yelled at somebody because I was like, I don't know what's wrong with you people. I'm sorry, Dreaming. I know it can be rough. And then also it's just rough lately with all the crazy people, just all this craziness going on. It's a lot. Dreaming says, my grandma used to say, it's hard, but if we think that God loves us all, then we might try to be better humans. Yeah, that's true. I always thought she was an angel. She sounds like, yeah, I need to think of that too. I do. I need to think of that more often. Hopefully people change for better. Yes. And karma will eventually, Karen says 100%. Yes, Karen says your grandma was right. That's the fear of God, fearing to disappoint him. She sounds like a very wise lady. It's true, Karen. My father had 4 wives after mom. I understand pretty well. Aw. It is so hard. And it's not easy to find spouses, right, or partners, because sometimes you think that someone is one way and then they completely change or turn into a different person, or maybe they were just hiding it so damn well. That's why I get nervous when people want to jump into things, because it's like, especially a marriage, because a marriage has a significance, right? Not just the love and everything, but also financial, and they can make decisions on your behalf. Goodness sakes, like we learned with Crystal's story. So we have to just be careful who we entrust with ourselves, our children especially, but even ourselves, because it can affect our children then. It's really important. Thank you, Dreaming, for your comments. That is something that we all need to remember. Scranton says, Strangler says she's beautiful. Aw. I'll have to remember that. I'm going to post that one up. All right, guys, we'll go ahead and we're going to watch this next one. And this is the Cyn Family by popular demand. No, I'm just kidding. Chief wanted to see it. This is a good channel, guys. The Cyn Family. It's CYN Family, and she broke down some clips. I really enjoyed it. It was a fast live, but it was good. I need to master the art of a fast live, but here we go.
Let's talk about a few things here. We're going to talk a little bit about the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. We're going to talk a little bit about TBI, and we are going to talk about a brother in arms connection between the sheriff in Sumner County and Mr. Chris himself. All right, so let's get right into it. Before we get started, do me a favor and please hit that like button. And if you have not already done so, please go ahead and click that subscribe button. All right, let's get in it. All right, so first let's look at Sumner County and a little bit of their track record that they have. So this is Gallatin News. Lawsuit alleges, this is September 1st, 2023. Lawsuit alleges deputy assaulted a mental patient, violated civil rights. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just going to give you the gist. On July 15th, 2022, Sumner County Sheriff's Deputy Gunnar Van Gilder was dispatched to the Castellian Springs residence of Jonathan Sellers, a diagnosed paranoid schizophrenic, who began seeing people who were not there. Zach Sellers and Deputy Van Gilder talked with Jonathan for around 30 minutes, but the defendant did not want to be taken to the hospital for a mental evaluation. He continued, saying that once backup arrived, Van Gilder pulled Jonathan from a chair onto the floor to be handcuffed, with 2 deputies on him and 2 EMS personnel at his side. He started punching him in the face 5 or 6 times after he was already on the ground. Where his head was on the carpet, there was a puddle of blood. Jonathan was transported to the Sumner Regional Medical Center, where the family was told that he had a broken nose and several facial fractures. Okay. Sumner deputy fired for ethics violation. A Sumner County Sheriff's deputy has been fired for using his power to interfere with Nashville businessman's job to serve legal papers to the deputy's wife. Deputy Kenneth Samuels was terminated after an internal investigation determined he violated 10 ethics policies. Samuels lied to 4 colleagues, and his businessman filed a false report, interfered with a legal service, refused to give his name, and knowingly had a conflict of interest at work, according to the investigation by Sergeant Keith Bean, who works in the SCSO's Internal Affairs Division. Sumner County Sheriff's Major pleads no contest to misconduct charges. Former Sumner County Sheriff's Office Major Don Lindsay pleaded no contest to charges of official misconduct on Monday in Davidson County Criminal Court. As part of the plea agreement, Lindsay received a sentence of 2 years of probation. The other 6 charges against him were dismissed. He was caught taking narcotics, from the Sheriff's Department's evidence room without authorization over a 3-month period. Yep. Sumner County Sheriff indicted in family scheme. Sumner County Sheriff J.D. Vandercook and his brother Jerry were arrested by federal agents after fraud indictments were handed down by a grand jury. Sheriff Vandercook allegedly funneled more than $73,000 to his brother to build a maintenance garage in Gallatin last spring. The indictments result from a plot to conceal the fact that the sheriff had hired his brother. FBI Special Agent Mai Harrison says state and federal law enforcement is taking special measures to curtail civil service corruption. So Sumner County does not have the greatest track record when it comes to being lawful and enforcing the law. Let's just put it that way.
All right. So good call, Chief. I have to say, really a lot to unpack there, Star says, come on, Sumner, get it together. Yeah, they need to. Oh my gosh. I could, like, when I was, actually, we'll leave that one up. We'll leave that one up. Golly. So the first person, Sumner County Sheriff's Officer Deputy, he pulled a person out of a chair. This person was a paranoid schizophrenic, so this person had schizoaffective disorder. This person was having auditory and visual hallucinations, which comes with the territory of having this disorder. It is very sad. It is a mental health disorder. And for somebody who may be off of their medications, or maybe they took the wrong dosage or something like that, or maybe they haven't been able to get regulated on a medication. Again, not a doctor, not a medical professional, just a human being seeing another human being struggling. Awful stuff. And so what does the Sumner County deputy do? They pull this person out of a chair. They start punching him until he's bloody. He was on the ground. They pulled him to the ground out of the chair, put him on the ground, started punching him, pool blood in the floor. Broke his nose, and he had several facial fractures. Another family they were indicted on federal charges for this one. Took $73,000, gave it to the brother. He built a storage unit with it. I mean, you got to get a permit for that stuff. It's not really it's really difficult to launder money that way. I'm just going to say that. Just going to put that out there. And then we got ethics violations. So this is the part that I was really interested in. So they do have a code of ethics. Great to hear. So they have ethics policies that cannot be broken. And this person did, though, and they broke 10 of those. They violated 10 ethics, which was outlined somewhere. I'd like to see that. Sumner County Sheriff Deputy, internal investigation. I want to know who investigated them, because I think there needs to be another internal investigation about ethics policies. They took from the evidence room, or the evidence locker, in this case here. This deputy did. And I find that to be absolutely awful, because what if that was evidence of someone's family member, which I'm sure it was. I'm sure they're not really taking, something used in a crime scene per se, but I'm sure they were taking money, or they were taking valuable items out of this evidence room locker and stealing. And so whatever the other 10 violations were, we won't know. But I do intend on looking a little bit further into what the code of ethics is in Sumner County, and who is the accountability police there. Who is the ones that deemed these ethics policies were broken, and who did the internal investigation. So I'm really going to try to work on finding out more information about that. Because I think it's really important. So Dreaming says, sad that people who work for public forget they work for the public. Yeah, absolutely. And they are all human. Everybody is human. We all make mistakes. We've all done things we're not proud of in life, right? Everybody has. There's nobody that's above that. That's how we learn. That's how we learn that we need to, either be humble, redeem ourselves, work on ourselves, be a better person, whatever the case may be. Sometimes people are on hardcore drugs and things like that, and that's why they're doing these things. Sometimes they have legitimate mental illness and they just don't know it. So those are all factors. Trauma causes a lot of these issues, a lot. But let's go on and listen to the next clip here.
All right, now let's look a little bit at TBI. Legacy or nepotism, whistleblower questions TBI hiring practices. When it comes to the big cases like the kidnapping and murder of Holly Bobo, shootings involving local police, or cases involving public corruption, responsibility often falls to special agents of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. For TBI agents, the badge is a badge of honor. Nepotism is in the policy, and it's not allowed. Smith, who worked in the TBI Human Resources Department for 2 years, told News Channel 5 Investigates that she watched children of TBI bigwigs get hired as special agents over military veterans with far greater law enforcement experience. That occurred despite a state law that says veterans will be given preferences in hiring. Now, why is this important? Because people that are bigwigs or higher ups in TBI, instead of hiring qualified agents, qualified people for the job, It's all about nepotism, and they're giving it to their kids and grandkids when they have no qualification for the job that they are given. Now we'll go over why this is all important in just a second. Now we have Sumner County, who is the lead county officers in the Sebastian Rogers case. Then you have TBI, who is the next group of agents investigating the Sebastian Rogers case. Now you have nepotism in TBI, where literally a woman who works there is telling you these people aren't qualified for the job. And then you have all of the corruption that has happened in Sumner County, and it's like, okay, can you really trust the two main agencies that are investigating this young boy's disappearance? I don't know. I don't know if you can with backgrounds like this. And that's the issue. That's the problem right there. Now, I want to bring this up right here. Has any neighbor ever said that they have Katie on video the morning Sebastian disappeared? She says she looked all over outside and then she drove all around the neighborhood. So this should be on camera. Or did she just pull out of the driveway and right out of the neighborhood to get to the school for the script? Now, that's a good question. Did any neighbors catch her on camera running all around her property? And was she seen driving around the neighborhood the morning of, where she claimed she was out looking for Sebastian? Now, this should be 100% on camera somewhere, and I'm going to tell you why. Now, let's take a look at this. Sumner County residents can help authorities fight crime through personal surveillance cameras.
Crime by connecting to personal surveillance cameras. Good evening and welcome to News 2 at 6. I'm Bob Mueller.
And I'm Haley Vilgus. Sumner County citizens can help law enforcement agencies track down criminals. The program is called FUSIS.
Henderson police are leading Gallatin, Goodlettsville, Millersville, Portland, Westmoreland, and the Sumner County Sheriff's Office in this rollout, which was funded through a state grant.
And while the technology is new to them, Metro Police have been using it for more than a year. News 2's Tori Gessner explains how it works.
Crime caught on camera is often the key to cracking a case.
We've learned over the years that video evidence has been one of the most beneficial to resolving our criminal cases, particularly crimes of violence.
Now, in Sumner County, 7 law enforcement agencies can watch that video evidence in real time through a network of citizens and businesses' surveillance cameras. With the owner's permission and a core device connection tool, officers can gain access to private cameras live as a crime is happening, even across different jurisdictions.
Say in the city of Gallatin, we're able to see that active situation as it's going on in Gallatin, and we're able to get suspect information, so we're not waiting on someone to put that out later in an AM message or over the radio. We know what we're looking for instantly, so we'll be more effective in capturing.
Hendersonville Police is spearheading the program, calling it Connect Sumner. The agencies already have access to more than 60 cameras countywide. As these 7 departments roll out FUSIS for the first time, Metro Police are looking to extend their contract another year. But after the Community Review Board raised countless questions and concerns over privacy, Council will wait until February to decide whether to give the department the $250,000. In Sumner County, the technology has been widely accepted so far. The 7 agencies excited about just how valuable FUSIS can be.
We take crime seriously in Sumner County, and we want people to see that it's a united front. We work together, we communicate, and we're going to be as effective as we can to keep the citizens of Sumner County safe.
In Hendersonville, Tori Gessner, News 2.
Okay, guys, so a lot to unpack in that clip too. Really good stuff here. So basically, it starts out with the TBI the hiring practices of the TBI, I should say. Special agents in the TBI are held to a higher standard. It's a very prestigious position, according to what we just saw. And there is a policy against nepotism, which is basically showing favoritism towards your family members. And, saying, like, I got my daughter a job over someone who was more qualified than she is. And they saw this. So they were giving people with no experience or qualifications positions because they were family members of people who worked there over veterans who were supposed to have had preference over. They were supposed to have pretty much first dibs at getting the position because of their background, because of their hard work and their experience level, education, things like that. And so instead they were hiring their family members, and this was all brought out. Now, then it goes into talking about if anybody saw Katie on video the morning that Sebastian disappeared, when she woke up and left the house. Did she go straight to the school, or did she run around the house like she said? And Bobby did say that a neighbor verified that Katie went over and asked her about the crawl space and asked her if she saw Sebastian, that she was outside of the home, and then she got in her vehicle and went to the school. However, that is hearsay, and we're not exactly sure 100% what happened that morning, or if that occurred after Katie came back from the school. All I know is that Katie did not add this information in about her driving to the school until after she found out, allegedly, that this footage existed of her driving through the school parking lot. So she didn't go into the school. She didn't look around the school. She just drove through the parking lot and drove out. Very scripted, staged, in my opinion. But either way, they go into talking about a rollout of some technology in Sumner County to connect the 7 different counties around in an effort to help stop crime through this technology. So it's they were providing this technology, and there were places involved, like let's see, or excuse me, there weren't 7 different counties. I'm sorry, I misspoke. There were 7 different law enforcement agencies that were involved, including, but not limited to, Hendersonville, Gallatin, Goodlettsville, etc. But they did show a map of that. So it was called Connect Sumner, and it was a 60 camera system that would be county-wide, and this would alert other areas of wrongdoing and criminal activity, and then that way they can communicate and all see this in real time and help catch more bad people, which I think it's a great idea. They did roll it out, and it looks like it was being used for a year before Sumner County started using it. And now I don't want to spoil it, but the Cyn family is going to go into this a little further and how it connects to Sebastian Rogers' case, which I find it very fascinating, to say the least. And Dreaming says, in everything, there are good and bad. I wouldn't want to connect online cameras inside the house. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you never know, especially with just how weird would it be if they did a big dump because of someone in your neighborhood and your family members were on camera in your home, and just being in their home, pajamas, short shorts that we wear around the house, things like that you wouldn't want people to see you out in. It's very, yeah, it definitely puts privacy in jeopardy. And Karen Powers says, how they protect the citizens. I mean, if they are watching our cameras, they're sort of stalking us, but how do they keep a sicko LE from going too far and them watching? Yeah, absolutely. Sort of creepy. I agree with that too. because we are all human, we are all people, we all make mistakes, but I mean, I'm not saying that kind of mistake, but in the same way, yeah, it's, you can't really trust that somebody's going to do the right thing, and you don't know these people. It could be a new person, or it could be a person that's been doing it for a long time. We see it all the time where there is big time corruption, and then also just bad people that have infiltrated a good system, or one that is supposed to be good and trustworthy. And Dreaming says exactly right, Karen, exactly right, 100%. Star says, I imagine KP would know enough to have secure in-home surveillance, though I'm not faulting anyone for not having it. Yeah, same here, Star. You know, like, I don't fault anybody for not having it, but I just think it's weird because she worked for Brinks and she was an installation tech, and so she was familiar with that technology, and also maybe got a discount or something that she could have used, or I don't know how that all works, but lots of times when you work for a place, you'll use their products because you get a discount. But then also you have that knowledge. It is very strange, especially because Chris was out of town a lot, for her not to want to have that extra protection. I agree. And Karen says, Star true. Maybe that's why they turned off their new Brink system on Stafford. Yeah. Yeah, it's very possible. I mean, I would think security cameras outside of the house would suffice, but that would make me feel more safe. I don't think I need cameras inside my home. Um, but I don't know. I wouldn't want to run my house like a police state either and make everybody uncomfortable, and especially when you have stepchildren, that's got to be really weird. Like, my step parent has this freaky technology in our house. It's weird. It's weird. I wouldn't want that. Um and Scranton Strangler says, I don't believe for 1 minute that she didn't have cameras, in my opinion. Yeah, and also it was said by other people. Um, you know, I think Nina had asked, I don't know that she knew or had knowledge of it, but she asked Chris, don't you guys have cameras? And he probably said he's not privy to that, or something weird, but then I do remember her mentioning that. I do remember other people mentioning, though, that they did have cameras, and some people even mentioned, which I didn't find any like concrete proof of, or I would show it, that they had cameras inside the house to watch Sebastian so they could see what he was doing all the time, which obviously that was something, because Chris admitted on the Elevated Truth podcast that Sebastian was to eat his food and Katie was to send him a picture of the plate and see how much Sebastian ate. So we know that he wanted to monitor in the way of taking pictures and that sort of thing. Yeah, Dreaming says, Scranton, good point. Me neither, nah. And Couponing says, in my opinion, in Nina's video, she asked CP if there were cameras on. Yeah, she did. Yeah, I believe she did too, Couponing, because I remember her just saying something like that. I don't remember what his response was, but I remember them saying that, definitely. Or her saying, don't you guys have the cameras up? And Star says, the only reason I could see having it in home is for household employees surveillance. Oh, like nanny cam. Yes, yes. Or if you have family members with health issues that you need to catch. Yeah, absolutely. Or say you have like an elderly parent and you wanted to have a camera in the house because you're at work. I can totally see that in case they fell or something like that. That would make a lot of sense to me. But yeah, the teenagers and things. I mean, now if your kids are sneaking out a lot, or if they're getting in trouble, and you can't be there, you're a single parent. I can see that. I could see that. That would make sense to me. Maybe because Sebastian was a latchkey kid, but in the same way, I'm thinking like, I don't know. I just don't think I think he's just a control freak, And Couponing says he didn't answer her. Oh yeah. Okay. So he didn't answer her. Thank you. I wasn't sure. Like, I didn't remember the response, probably because he didn't say one, but yeah, like, I wonder, I don't know. That's so weird. Because he was saying like, I can't give that information out and things like that when it was asked publicly. Karen Powers says, boy, he sure is pervy. Yeah, yeah, he is. He just keeps saying, I'm not pervy. I'm not pervy. Like, yes, you are. You sure are. Hey, Trishy, good to see you. And Trishy says, yes, inside cameras are creepy unless you have a safety concern, in my opinion. Absolutely. Or if your kiddos get older, because I know teenagers do a lot of like, silly, crazy stuff. I get it. I get that part. Or, if you're weirded out by a babysitter, or you don't know if something's happening and you want to catch it on camera, I can see that too. And elderly mistreatment. If you have nurses coming in and you're not there, absolutely, absolutely. I can see that. Island says CP was riding Sebastian hard, wanting to know everything he was doing, down to questioning Seth, in my opinion. I totally understand why Sebastian was having behavioral problems, quote unquote. Yes, yes. Nope. It's called reactive ABUSE. Absolutely. I agree with that 100%. And the reason why Island is because it's like they're saying that he's having all these behavioral problems, but at the end of the day, they're not taking the time to think or ask themselves, why is this happening? Oh, he just didn't feel like trying anymore, Katie would say, or, oh, he was lying about doing work, she said one time on Nancy Grace. That's why he got the belt, and things like that. No, I don't think so. I think it was reactive ABUSE. That is a great point. I agree. And Scranton Strangler says, I have cameras in the living room areas just to make sure my kids are okay when I'm away. Yeah, at work, since I work overnight. Absolutely. I don't watch them, but I know if there's movement and they're okay. Absolutely. That is a great idea. And that's a great point, because that way that they're okay. And if anything happens, they can be like, hey, because I know sometimes there's like two-way capabilities where you can actually hear the other person, what they're saying back to you. That is really useful technology, really, really useful technology. So absolutely. Or say you have an older baby, a kid that's older, and they're babysitting for a younger one, or maybe there's two middle ones, they don't get along too well, so you want to make sure. That's a good way to end the fights too. It's like, okay, I already know what you guys did, I don't even have to ask you because I saw it on camera. And Scranton Strangler says they don't always respond to my "are y'all okay" text. I know, absolutely. I know my daughter, she's funny. She'll text me back, I'm sorry, mama, I was doing this and everything. And I'm like, it's okay. She texted me the other day. She was like, what's my blood type again? I was like, it's the same as mine. And Star says, Scranton Strangler, that makes absolute sense. Yeah, yeah. You guys are bringing up really good points for like reasons to have them in there, because I mean, some people might think, wow, that's weird. But then when you put it into perspective like that, yeah, it could be useful, like very, very useful. Trishy says, yes, Scranton, I can see that being in the category of safety concerns. Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Or, just like damage control if they get into an argument. Nope, I saw you started it. You're the one that gets in trouble. Dreaming says, Trishy, yes, I agree 100%. Our inside camera one is just pointing towards the entrance door. Yeah, the other one is in my son's room towards the outside of the window. Hey, that's a good idea. Like right towards the entrance of the door. That way, if somebody comes in while you're at the store or nobody's home, you get them right on camera. Makes me think of this. I don't know what show it was, but it was a true crime show where they were showing what internal cameras inside people's homes was catching on camera. And someone actually, they had like a big loft area upstairs, and then it was overlooking like an big open, like great room in the kitchen and everything. And apparently their camera caught a person that was upstairs in the loft area, and you could see them like clear as day, and they were sitting down there on their couch watching TV together, and then this person was like lurking around in their house. It was the creepiest thing I've ever seen it was super creepy. I can't remember what it was on. It's probably like Lifetime or something. It was weird. It looked kind of cheesy at first, but then I was like, oh, this is good. This is actually really good. No Wi-Fi camera. Yes. Yes. And if it's hardwired, that's another thing that they can't grab you on that if they do a dump of the towers, or excuse me, if they do the Stingray technology where they drive all of the traffic to the Stingray instead of the cell towers. So that's always a good option too. Good point, Dreaming. Thank you. Hey, Poppy Love. Good to see you. Good to see you. And Trishy says they are sneaky too they are a sneaky tool when you use one to watch the baby, but you overheard gossip on the audio when your sister doesn't realize it listening. That's hilarious. That reminds me of baby monitors. That reminds me of baby monitors. You used to be able to pick up like people's cordless telephone calls sometimes on the baby monitor if you were on the right frequency or whatever. That's so funny. That reminds me of that. You'd be like, I heard what you said about me up there, by the way. Trishy says, did you see the movie about the Airbnb who would watch oh yes, the renters? Yes, I have. That was super creepy. Super creepy. And I was like, who does that? Like that made me not want to stay in Airbnbs. That's how, my daughter always stays in Airbnbs and I'm always like, do you like them? Is it okay? Because I'm used to a hotel. But I mean, people could do that in a hotel room too. They just have to set it up. A little bit less places to hide that kind of stuff though. Smaller room at least. Dreaming says, up, that would make me go crazy. I know, exactly. I know it would, like they had to move because they were like so, they couldn't get it out of their head anymore. Like they were like that person was definitely lurking upstairs. It was weird. Scranton Strangler says, oh gosh, that is the stuff of horror movies. Yeah, it is. Like I thought it was gonna be this cheesy crime show, and it was really good. I wish I could remember what it was. It was something on either Netflix or Hulu, and I was just like going through the true crime stuff on there, and I found it. So one of those networks, or maybe it was Investigation Discovery. Star says oddly specific, Trishy. Karen says, y'all gonna give me nightmares. I know it is scary. It's like super scary to think about that. Like who does that? And who's that bold to go in someone's house like that when they're home? Like that was another thing that I was like, usually, people that are trying to rob you, they wait till you're gone, not sitting on your couch, eating popcorn, watching a movie together. Like, oh, it was so weird because they showed the camera. I don't remember if it was a reenactment now, actually. It might have been. But either way, they did a good job of illustrating how it was. And Trishy says you can get a camera detectors to find them. Oh, really? I didn't know that. That's smart. See, that's what I need to get my daughter one then for an Airbnb, because that way if her and her girlfriends go to stay in someplace, nobody can be creeping on them. Golly, I'd lose it. All right, guys, let's go back and we'll watch this next one. We have 3 more clips on this one.
Why is
Good
this
stuff, though.
important? Because all over Hendersonville was one of those towns that heavily accepted this. Now, this started, it rolled out in August of 2023. Right? Let me just make sure I got that correct. Yes, so this was rolled out in August of 2023. This article was written January 25th of 2024. So before Sebastian went missing. And they have all local businesses in Hendersonville have connected their cameras through this system, through this Fuchsia system. And I want to read this part to you here. Okay, Video evidence has been one of the most beneficial tools in solving criminal cases over the years, and Fuchsia helps officers build a network of cameras they wouldn't have had otherwise. Citizens can also elect to put their cameras on a registry through Fuchsia, which does not give officers access to their video, but instead lets law enforcement know that they can contact the camera owner in case a crime happens in the area. Ryan told News 2 the feature helps save time during criminal investigations where video evidence may have been recorded. Instead of going door to door just for video evidence, officers can ask for it with a push of a button. The ability to cover a large area with this program, knowing where those cameras are, and our ability to one touch send a message out requesting them to check cameras and upload video if you have something that's relevant to the crime. We can do the work of 20 people with one email. Okay. There's also a real-time crime center, which agencies hope to eventually put in every police vehicle in Sumner County. Now, this is all in question because that little market down by Beach High School where Chris's mother supposedly was that morning, where she was spotted, multiple people walked up and reported that she was there that morning. And conveniently, their cameras weren't working at the time. So I find that super interesting, or at least that's what the sheriff's office says. Right? Pretty convenient, don't you think? All right, now moving on. All of those cameras, and Sebastian was never spotted on one. All those cameras that are connected and the sheriff's office has access to, and Sebastian was never spotted on one. Like, just what are the statistics on that? What is the chance that he wouldn't be spotted on one camera within all of these towns and cities that are connected to this Fuchsia's Sumner County camera system? Super strange. All right. Now, we all know about the camaraderie and the brotherhood between people who have served in the Army, Marines, Navy, Air Force, brothers in arms, right? So let's look at this real quick. Sumner County Commission names Craddock interim sheriff. August 28th, 2024. Let's go down here. All right, let's look at this here. After graduating from Hendersonville High School in 2006, Craddock enlisted in the U.S. Navy Reserves, where he still serves as a senior chief petty officer. Okay. After graduating high school in 2006, he enlisted in the U.S. Navy. All right. Now, let's look at this. Now, this is the heavy equipment school, that Heavy Equipment College of America, where Chris Proudfoot got his degree in. Okay. Before graduating from HEC, Chris was in the military where he developed skills and experience using heavy equipment. He worked with an RG crane to safely move weapon systems. Right here. As he was leaving the Navy in 2019, Chris began thinking about what kind of civilian career he wanted. So he left the Navy in 2019. I think on another thing it said he served for... it was a while. He was in there a while. I can't remember exactly the amount of time, but I want to say it was close to somewhere around 20 years. Okay, that he was in there. Maybe a little bit less than that. But anyway, he left the Navy in 2019. Craddock entered the Navy in 2006 after graduating from high school.
Okay, guys, I was just doing a quick look up really quick just to see about Chris, when his Navy picture was, that I just pulled up and showed you guys not too long ago. It says April 22nd, 2004 on this. So he definitely was in since 2004 because it says it right here on this picture underneath. He's, you know, wearing his dress blues is what they call those, the dress blues. And so April 22nd, he was in there. So quite a long time. He apparently left in 2019, according to what we just watched. Craddock was in 06. So we'll go ahead and watch this next clip. I just kind of wanted to put it into perspective a little bit. I found a link to the system too. Did I send it to you? I don't think so, Trishy. I don't think so. 20 years they can retire. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And you know, if you're going to spend that much time in there, you might as well stay in as long as you know, until retirement time. I don't know if he did that, you know, that would be hard to speculate on. But let's see, 2019. So 15 years would have put him from 2004 to 2019 would have been 15 years. So with that being said, I don't know when he did go in. You know, Chris Proudfoot is a year older than me. So most of the time people go in right after their right after they get out of high school. And it sounded to me like when Terry Lynn did the interview that it sounded to me like he did go in right from high school. I don't think that he went to college and then went into the military. That's rare. Most of the time you go in when you're 18. And so, yeah, it's possible that he was at the 20-year mark, Trishy. It really is. Because if we think about it, it's very possible that he went in right after he got out and then he stayed in his 20 years, got that in, got his full retirement package benefits, that whatnot. He was honorably discharged from, you know, what I've seen and to my knowledge. So, and so is Katie, by the way. We'll go ahead and do... Oh, really quick too. I wanted to mention, so they rolled out that Fuchsia system, which was the interactive camera systems that were supposed to help catch bad guys and criminal activity and share it between. It also would help. It really would help in missing cases and things like that, child abductions, things like that. So that was supposed to be shared in between the 7 different locations and law enforcement agencies. And this was rolled out in August of 2023. And then the article that the Cyn Family was reading from was an article that was written on January 25th, 2024. And basically, she talked about the local businesses that had linked up their camera systems to the Fuchsia system and how it was very strange that Sebastian was not caught on camera, not in between all of these different areas, and then also publicly, just with them, a lot of the businesses being participating in this initiative or this rollout. And I just have to ask, well, what does that tell us that he wasn't caught on camera? To me, it tells me that I don't think that he walked out of his house and ran away. Otherwise, he would have been found on camera. If we just look at Riley's case, Riley was, I mean, we followed Riley through his whole journey to the river, and then we lost him. You know, because something happened to him. And that's my opinion too. But we were able to track his movements through the camera systems publicly. In this case, we weren't. And so to me, I don't really find it odd. It just tells me that it probably didn't happen that way. And that's just my opinion. Now, she does go into this brotherhood, the camaraderie of armed forces, or the brothers at arms. And I didn't see a direct connection where they served together in any type of particular company or platoon. However, that doesn't mean they didn't. And that doesn't mean that they didn't know each other prior to this, or they didn't know of each other. Let's be honest, it's a small area. It was a small area. They're both pretty well known in the area. You know, even looking at someone who's local like Terry Lynn, she knows a lot of people. She went to school with Bobby. You know, she has a great personality, right? So it's easy to see that she would have a lot of friends and know a lot of people. Chris, not so much. But that doesn't mean that he wasn't known by his family. You know, a lot of people know and respect Terry Bowersox. A lot of people know and respect Kathy Bowersox. A lot of people have probably purchased and sold homes with her. So, you know, just putting that into perspective. But let's go ahead and keep watching the Cyn Family. They did a really great job.
There, and then now let me show you this. The United States military has the unique ability to define brotherhood, not in words, but in actions. Every day, those men and women are challenged and are sometimes put into situations where the camaraderie builds itself and the men and women are able to build each other. The uniform only lays the foundation for what brings these select and exceptional men and women together. It is the call of duty, the ideals, and the shared title of being an American and believing in what that means that truly binds the service men and women together across all 5 branches. Now, in a perfect world, none of this would matter. But in a world where personal connections, people you know, nepotism, in a world where all of this happens every single day and people cover for other people cover for their brothers, people will sometimes people will stop at nothing to protect another fellow brother in arms, if you get my drift. Now, again, everything that obviously not what I'm reading, but everything that I am stating is my opinion and my opinion only. Everything is alleged. It is what it is. Now, I'm sure everybody remembers when this picture came out and it was taken at the Blue Ridge Mountain Welcome Center in North Carolina. And this lady was running to meet with her family, and she just took this picture because she thought that this could be Sebastian Rogers. Now, when Seth saw this picture, Seth was like, 100%, that's my son. That's my son. I know it is. Well, and authorities from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office had this to say about this picture. I now have official confirmation the photograph taken of a teen at a visitor center in North Carolina last Saturday is not of Sebastian Rogers. The boy in the photograph very much resembled Sebastian, but it was not him. Here is a statement just sent to me by Sumner County Chief Deputy Eric Craddock. We would like to provide an important update regarding the recent photograph circulated in connection with the search for Sebastian Rogers. After coordinated efforts with law enforcement agencies in North Carolina, we have determined that the child depicted in the photograph is not Sebastian. We understand the gravity of the situation and the concerns it has raised. Our collaborative efforts with law enforcement continue unabated as we remain committed to finding Sebastian. This is the first official statement issued by authorities on the photo, which has generated so much attention. Apparently just a look-alike. So how did they reach this conclusion? Authorities using security video from the visitor center were able to track the boy in the photo and his family. They made contact and determined it was not Sebastian. I certainly understand why the citizens snapped the photo, and authorities took it seriously. They investigated all potential leads. Now, this coming from the sheriff's office in which there is so much corruption in its history, where there is a connection, a military connection between the lead sheriff and the stepdad. Coincidence? Maybe. How did they verify that this was not Sebastian? I'm curious. Did they take DNA samples? Did they take a blood sample? Like, did they just go, hey, is that your kid? What's his name? You know what I mean? Like, I'm just curious, because if someone does have Sebastian, are they going to say, hey, yep, it's him? I'm just curious as to how they made 100% sure that it wasn't him. That's all.
Okay, guys, so she leaves us with a good question there. How did they confirm that the South Carolina picture, the child in the South Carolina picture wasn't Sebastian? According to Seth, he said that they did track down this child's mother, and she confirms that this is her child. Yes, they do look uncanny resemblance, right? I mean, they really look alike, especially if maybe somebody had dyed Sebastian's hair. Their mannerisms were the same, where he was kind of holding his arm over like this. His knee was pointed inward. Those are very, specific mannerisms that Sebastian, we've seen them in his photos. And so, yeah, she does have a great point, Dreaming. And so, yeah, so, I mean, even Seth thought that it may be him, and he went down there right away, and to verify or to find out, and that sort of thing. So, um, but I'd be curious to know, yes, did they make absolutely certain, right? Because I mean, obviously we're trying to figure out what happened. So I mean, anything right now is still, they're saying everything's on the table. So I think that we should probably look at it that way as well. Although they no doubt have more information than we do, there's still things that are coming out and trickling out and things like that. People are coming forward. The neighbors have come forward. We have now a child coming forward, speaking out against this madness. And a lot of it comes back to Chris Proudfoot. A lot of it just goes right back to his insane display of fuckery. I mean, I don't know what else to say, Chris. I don't know what to say to you. I don't know what to say to you. I don't know what to say to Katie. You guys just created a whole full-on circus. And it just made it so, I mean, the case is just kind of mirrored what you all have put out there. That's my opinion. But they go into like these personal connections, right? She goes into a little bit about the nepotism again. People who are willing to be loyal to other people, even though it might go against their morals, convictions, or standards in their life. Some people are very religious and things like that. Would you be willing to skirt your morals and to cover someone else's behind? I don't think that there are many other motivating factors besides your children, right? You're going to protect, and that's what you're supposed to do, your children. When it comes to a family member, I can see that happening without any type of dirt. But now if you are a person who does dirt, and then you have other people around you that are dirty, and you know about their dirt and they know about yours, it's very easy for people to stay loyal in that situation because they have something to lose also. I guess we could argue that, if it comes to a personal relationship, like a sibling, a child, your mom or dad, things like that, yes, you might be more apt to basically stick up for them or not tell on them, even though you know that something happened. You're going to stay loyal. So it's an interesting thing. Now, with that comes, your own moral compass, your own moral values, and then also the fact that in love and friendships and relationships, if you love someone, you want to hold them accountable. You want them to do right. And if they're doing wrong, you want to help them stop doing that, because you don't want them to be in trouble. You don't want your family member to be on hardcore drugs. So you might tell on them to get them help. In a criminal situation, it's a little bit different because there's a lot more riding on that, especially if you're involved. And Chief says, I think they got away with the perfect crime. I just don't think there is a perfect crime, but if they are able to skate through, I mean, look at poor Jean Bonnet. Her case is still open. Summer Wells's case is still open. So, I mean, Scranton Strangler says, Chief, it's not over yet. I agree. Oh, no, Minnie, really? Oh, boy. Minnie says, evacuation orders in effect for Moss Landing area, Monterey, California. Toxic air quality due to battery plant fire. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no, Minnie, a battery plant got caught. Are these being set, or these just like wildfires, I wonder, because I know we were talking, and that one was deliberately set, not the one in the Palisades. What was it? 2 hours south of you? Oh my goodness. Oh, getting close now. Oh my goodness. Star and Minnie, you guys stay safe, because that is, oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. And then any of your family members, oh my gosh, that is so bad. That is so bad. I guess I was thinking that maybe they had gotten them under control by now. I know they were having so much trouble, like with the reserves and the fire hydrants running out of water, and oh my goodness. And I remember you saying last night about the pets and things like that. Oh, Poppy Love, praying for you, Minnie. Oh, you guys are so nice. We're praying for everybody out there in California. That is so awful. I can't believe they're still going. Oh my goodness. And then a battery plant. Palisades fire is only 72% contained. Oh my gosh. Wow. Really? Or did I say 20? I meant 27. Palisades fire is only 27% contained. Oh my gosh. Yes, pray your hand, Star. 27. Thank you, Minnie. I do that all the time. I catch myself, though, at least. Well, sometimes. In the past says, I have a feeling that at least one of them, probably a CP, spent a lot of time investigating true crime channels about missing children ahead of time. If it wasn't Chris, I would say no. There's no way. But then I do think that the reason why is because of the interviews. I don't know if you saw them the past, but like there were a couple of different interviews. Even the most recent that Katie was on, Queen Bee, it was May 23rd, 2024. And he was saying that he was talking about Riley, he was talking about Summer, he was talking about Gabby Petito. He was also went as far as to say, isn't that when Betty and JLR got onto YouTube was because of Gabby Petito's case? So that makes me think he's been following true crime for a minute to know about all of those cases. Not just like the current ones that he decided to just start watching because Sebastian went missing, kind of a thing. So yeah, is Chris Proudfoot a true crime person? I mean, it's so weird. It is. I mean, I would not discount that. I think that's a great point. I really do. I wrote down too with Riley's case, Dreaming had said that she doesn't think that it was just, he fell in the river kind of a thing. Because I know that's what they were trying to make us believe. Dry drowning, all of that. I do not believe that at all. I do not. One of my theories on Riley is that his frat brothers were pulling a prank of sorts on him keep going straight. There were two people right by the riverfront, one of the last places he was caught on camera. And he said, you know, keep going straight, that, over the phone, somebody was telling him that. And that was two witnesses that saw that, right? So it is hearsay. I understand that. But just the fact that they didn't want to talk about that aspect of it, then his parents come out probably like 2 or 3 weeks later, and they're finally ready to talk, and they talk with Brian Enton. They said there was a heck of a lot of commotion at a late hour in the hotel, where people were hearing the kids going back and forth between each other's rooms and frantically like freaking out about something. They said somebody hurt their hand, like their hand got slammed in the door, something to that effect. I think they realized that Riley had gotten hurt by the river and they covered it up. Another theory would have been that maybe he met with some foul play. I do not think he fell into the river at the, because of the way he would have had to fall in. He didn't have any injuries that were conducive to him falling into the river like that. He didn't have any impact wounds. He didn't have any wounds of him like tumbling down that very steep area down to the river. So that's just my opinion on that, guys. I would love to do a deep dive on Riley one of these days. I need to. I really do need to. Karen Powers says, I'm praying for them to get those flyers put out. Yes, ma'am. And prayers for your safety. Please be careful. Yes. I'm so sorry, guys. I totally thought that they were pretty much contained by now. I didn't think 27% is like nothing. It's not even. Wow. Star. You guys are gonna know me by then. You guys are gonna be like, did she really mean 72? She said 27. I'm like, no, 27. And Chief says, there are all good, or sorry, these are all cold cases, no proof of life. Yeah. I mean, a lot of, I hate to think of Sebastian's case of being cold. I can't say that yet. I can't say it. I can't. I'm just hoping they solve it soon. Or I'm hoping they know and they're just waiting to pounce. Kathy says, popping in to make sure you're all behaving ourselves. Yes, Kathy, we're trying really hard. You know how we get. Good to see you. And Couponing says prayers and stay safe. Thank you, Couponing. Dreaming says the path, he talked about summer. He did. Dreaming, he did talk about summer. And Karen says, I bet they're true crime junkies. Oh my gosh, I can't imagine if they are. Like, have they been among us this whole time? I said that whenever Chris was on Smiley. I said, he's lurking in everybody's comments, and then I started thinking about it. I was like, is he lurking in my comments? But I think I was too new, so I don't think he was paying attention to me, thank God. But more than a passing interest. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Because especially like the cases they were all talking about. Oh, Chief, now I understand what you're saying. You're saying, yeah, because they're all cold. Yes, okay. I thought you were talking about all the cases I mentioned, and then Sebastian, I'm like, oh no. You're right. Yeah, they're all just basically cases that have been around, and that's weird that he's bringing it up. Dreaming says, oh, I just heard about one summer he was talking about. Yeah, summer. Also, today, Michael Monkey Vaughn's case came back to life, in terms of just a big rush of people talking about it, news clips, that creep Stacy. Like, I'm sorry, that guy has something to do with it. I just know he does. I know it. I just know it. He's a weird person. He just gives me the heebie-jeebies, for real. And Gracie says, Never a dull moment, Minnie. Really, I mean, for real, I thought those were getting well contained, and I guess he says, "Thank you, Karen. I'm way up north from the fires." Oh, good, good, Minnie. Please continue to pray for SoCal. Yeah, oh, definitely, definitely. Who was it on the news? I saw, who was a celebrity that lost their home, or what, maybe one of his homes, because I mean, it's Mel Gibson. I'm talking about Mel Gibson. He was on Laura Ingram Angle, and talking about how his whole house got wiped out by the fires, and I was like, oh my gosh. Karen says, so glad you're away from the area. Yes. We'll keep you in our prayers. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Karen. And Star says, pray for our firefighters too. Yes, we do need to. Thank you, Star. We need to pray for our firefighters because they're brave going in into those fires. And Poppy Love says, I agree about Riley Strain. The friends were completely standoffish from the parents. Yeah, the next day, right after going about their plans, like nothing was wrong. Yep. When did they report him missing? They didn't report him missing until I think it was around 10:30 a.m. It was the next morning. Excuse me. And as soon as his parents found out, they left out from Springfield, Missouri, and went straight to Nashville. And I think they said it took them 6 hours to get there total, if I can remember correctly. Excuse me, guys. But by the time they got there, it was like they weren't searching around. They were getting ready, like you said, Poppy. Like they were just getting ready for their big banquet that they have. That's why they were in town. And spring formal it was. Sorry, I just call it a banquet. But spring formal, and it was weird. If my daughter's friends were acting that way, it would hurt me so badly. Like I wouldn't know what to think. I really wouldn't. And I really didn't know what to think when it came to him either. Kathy says they also known as Chris Trolls all the time. Yeah, I know. Oh my gosh, I know, right? You never know what his name's going to be either. I would always look for like something to do with like the Navy or cranes or, but I wouldn't think that. I think he'd be a little smarter than that. But yeah, definitely lurks. I bet you he lurks. I hope he doesn't end up getting a membership or something. Chris Proudfoot wins a membership. That's what sucks about, like, I gripe about that to YouTube. It's like, how come you can't like send a membership to your friend or like gift to a specific person? I don't know. It's weird because I wish they would allow that, because it always lands on someone, that maybe probably doesn't really want to be. I don't know. I don't think I think of it like that, but then again, I've seen it land on people. It's landed on me before, so I was like, that's good. Hey, Geo Twins, good to see you. Geo Twins says, I'm grateful SF has had me blocked since Kylie Rodney case. Oh my gosh, that case was crazy too. Poor Kylie. That was a really and speaking of, Adventures with Purpose did find Kylie, or they were able to locate her quickly as well. Whatever sonar technology they use, they've been successful. I do still follow Doug Bishop and who is Cantu, Josh Cantu. Good people, good guys. I like them. Although I do think that the beard is too long. I don't know. I'm not a big beard girl, but his beard is too long. But they do good work. They do good work. And Star says, I know if my kid, or I guess grandkid now, went missing, I would be on air like, why? Yes. Yeah, I agree. I know all about how to get away with the perfect crime. I mean, and I don't understand why he would. I guess I just don't understand why he would brag about stuff like that. But then again, like even with the concrete, the Cyn family read about the concrete, and it was one of those things that he started laughing about it. And he did that on Terry Lynn's too. He laughed when she brought it up. And it's like, I understand if you are familiar with the process and it kind of makes you chuckle a little bit, or it's like, no, it's comical, like, you know, that could never happen kind of a thing. But it wasn't that way. It was more of like a sinister kind of, yeah, ha ha ha, you guys think I'm that mean that I would do that kind. Like, he was too proud of himself, in my opinion. But, you know, maybe somebody that knows a lot about concrete would be, nah, you know. Oh, meow, I forgot. I'm sorry, honey. I need to look at your email that you sent me over. Hold on. I will look at it. I just have to have it pulled up. I was posting that other video. There we go. Okay, I found you. Replay from 1 minute 30. Oh, okay. Okay, I got it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Meow. Kathy says, video released yesterday with Brandy's wishes that Stacy was guiding L.E. where to dig in the backyard. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. My heart just goes out to Brandy. I cannot believe. Thanks, Kathy, for your comment. Yeah, that guy is just so weird. And then I watched like maybe 2 minutes of Justin tonight, and it was where he had the map of Monkey's neighborhood, and he was going through like saying like, this is where this person would have came from, and then like, this is the street where he was abducted from. And oh, it was just, but that Stacy guy, apparently, because I watched a short news clip too, and that Stacy guy was telling the news that he didn't know what happened to Monkey, but then they were turning around and saying that to law enforcement that they did know. And then as soon as this new stuff came out, 2 of the persons of interest went and spoke with law enforcement. So something is brewing in that case. I will just say that. I don't know what, because I haven't had a chance to really look. Justin looked like he was doing a really good job of breaking it down just from, you know, the 5 minutes I got to watch. I don't even know if it was 5 minutes. And then Island says they shut the water off just like they did in Maui. A lot of similarities. Oh my gosh, that was so terrible in Maui Island. Oh my goodness. And just all of that craziness that was going on. Meow, I got 2 more clips, and I'll watch that while we watch it. Or while you guys are watching. And Chief says any cases over 90 days is considered cold. Yeah, whether active or inactive, you're right. Yeah. And you know, yeah, I feel like Dog and the At Night, they really helped kind of push Sebastian's case back, you know, out of that kind of category. But you're right, though. You are definitely right. But people are still talking about it and interested, so that's the good part. The reservoirs are empty now. Minnie says, "Oh my gosh." Okay, don't make me stop gifting. Star. They always land on a troll. No, I'm just kidding. Geo Twin says, yes, I follow them also. Okay, yes, I know. I do. I mean, I try to follow a lot of stuff, but it's hard. Minnie says, I put a little T in your IG, lady. Okay, I'll go look. I had to offload. Oh my gosh, you guys, I had to offload so many things and like delete so many things out of my phone because I had to do a system update, and it was like, you need 10.5, you know, 21 gigawatts of whatever. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And I'm looking, and my phone's almost completely full. I'm like, there's no way. I don't have that. So I had to like start offloading apps and deleting them out of my phone. And then I'm like, well, I have them on my other phone. And then before I knew it, it was completely wacky. And yeah, I didn't even know what was going on. But I will check. Thank you, Minnie. Thank you so much. Star says, the concrete bugged me the most considering his profession. Absolutely. It bugged me too. And then just the fact that he was just like, heh, heh, heh. Like that. That's how he always does it too. He's like, heh, heh, heh. And it's like, it's not funny, Chris. You know, like there are things that are funny. We can find humor and everything. I'm really a firm believer in that. But and if it's to cheer somebody up, but no, he was like way sinister with his laughter, you know, Star, and it bothered me too. It really did. Hey, Mini Panthers, good to see you. Yes, thank you, Meow. Thank you. Oh, and Chief says, I did concrete in Georgia for 15 years. Okay, so you know about that. Do you think that they could hide somebody in there? Because I'm going to tell you, there is a case rather, called the Springfield Three out of Springfield, Missouri. And there are people to this day that still swear up and down that the three women who are the Springfield Three, it was a mother, her daughter, and her daughter's friend, are under the concrete at the Cox Hospital because they were freshly pouring it, and they believe that that's where they are. They have not found them. Um, what do you think about it, Chief? What's your take on it? I'm interested to know. And Kathy says, Star Me Too. There was a video where they were searching Drake's Creek. Yep. And there was a place they didn't have much water with a big patch of poured concrete. No one said anything. Perfect spot. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh. And also, can't you get like the ready mix stuff and just do something like that if you want? Because look at Scott Peterson. He made himself a dang a couple weights, like homemade weights. Which got his butt in trouble because that's the reason why we know that he did that to Lacey, because she was weighted down. That's why they only found her torso. Gia Twin says Justin had me laughing when he said Stacy was mad that Justin would give him money for going on there. Oh no, go Justin. That's funny. Oh my god. Yeah, really go Justin. That's funny. Oh no. Oh, he's just too weird. Like, that's why I would never let Proudfoot up here, because he just creeped me out too much. I'm like, no, you just stay over there, go on someone else's channel, I'll watch you. Kind of a thing, because he's just, I don't know, he gives me weird vibes. Just like that Stacy guy, I don't trust what they say either. They're always lying, and that's the hardest thing too, is kind of trying to decipher whether they're lying or not. But Seth or Katie, I would give them an open invitation. Katie just wouldn't be able to come on with Chris. I don't know about Katie though. I don't know. Ever since that Queen Bee incident with her last interview, I was pretty upset with the things that she was saying. So, but either way, I don't think they're going to come out anymore. I think the Elevated Truth podcast was probably the last time we're going to hear from either one of them, unless they go on Clue, or unless Clue pushes their narratives out for them. So, yeah, Island concrete is hard work. It definitely is. Oh, wouldn't. She says, okay, yeah, because Stacy, yeah, he wouldn't give him money, yeah, to come on there. That's what he wanted, to get paid. Oh, good Lord. Ay, ay, ay. It's just terrible. I just don't understand. I just don't understand these people, and see, that's what makes me think that Stacy, is not too smart. But then again, he's gotten away with it for a while. But I just feel like he's definitely got those vibes, and then those people. I don't know. I just hope something good happens soon in the Monkey Vaughn case. Okay, guys, and then let's see here. I got just one more video. Yeah, because we did 12. Okay, so we got one more.
All right, moving on. I want to mention this because, again, it's just another sketchy comment from Mr. Chris himself. So let's see what it says. Yes, I am confirming that the dogs had a scent that led to the construction site. No signs or evidence reveals Sebastian was there. Please keep in mind that dog tracking isn't as credible as you think. The idea that someone hurt Sebastian and threw him into a wet, fresh paved driveway is funny. To bury a body in and now he goes on to tell you how to bury a body in concrete. To bury a body in concrete, it would need to be at least 12 inches thick. Secondly, you have to smooth out the concrete and finish it before it's dried. All of that is done while the concrete is poured and being set. I mean, can someone please explain to me how this guy has not been locked up for everything that's gone on, for all the crap that he has said? It's freaking mind-blowing to me. Which brings me to my last and final thing for this video. Now, there was a petition started on change.org to investigate Sumner County, Tennessee Sheriff failure to enforce child abuse laws. It is currently at 658 signatures. Let's look at this. A 16-year-old autistic child from Hendersonville, Tennessee, has been missing for nearly 10 months after self-reporting his physical abuse by his step-parent to his school teachers. It was revealed that the Sumner County Sheriff's Department has had knowledge of 5 cases of child abuse or endangerment occurring in less than 17 months from Tennessee Child Protective Services, DCS, since Sebastian went missing. Acts of abuse, endangerment, and neglect of autistic, disabled, or multiply disabled children would each be felonies under Tennessee law. We, the undersigned, believe there is no reasonable explanation as to why Sheriff Eric Craddock has failed to enforce the laws of Tennessee of child abuse in the near 10 months this vulnerable disabled child has been missing. The inaction and delay to enforce Tennessee laws that are intended to protect vulnerable children has sent a freezing chill up the spines of autism parents residing in Sumner County, who are now worried that what would happen if their own disabled child were to be abused by a step-parent. Would Sheriff Craddock show indifference to the suffering of additional autistic disabled victims of child abuse, neglect, and endangerment? We are requesting that the District Attorney General Whitley of District 18 and/or the Attorney General of Tennessee, Jonathan Scrutiny, investigate possible nonfeasance by Sheriff Eric Craddock of Sumner County. Yeah, it makes absolutely no sense. So it does make you wonder if it's all about this brothers in arms, brothers protecting brothers kind of thing. And if that's the case, then Sumner County cannot be trusted to investigate the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. And with TBI not having qualified agents, they also should not be investigating the case. So really, it seems like this case needs all new different agencies looking into it, because what's really going on here? Why are Chris and Katie still out free? She was the last one at her own accord. She was the last one with Sebastian. Chris has come out and said all the sketchy things that he has. They've all been caught lying multiple times. The details in their stories have changed multiple times. They've been caught lying. Why? All the CPS reports, all of the past abuse. Why is nothing being done? It's frustrating. It's infuriating. And especially as a parent, you sit back and you wonder, what the hell's going on?
Okay, guys. So yeah, I agree 100% with what she's saying there, that basically I'm a parent, I know a lot of you guys are parents out there, grandparents. It's one of those things where I just truly believe that they need to at least charge them with neglect and ABUSE at the very least. I understand that they can't, the concrete comment, that to me, they wouldn't be able to do anything about that, because he could always just say, well, I was just saying that was just a Facebook post. There's so many ways that a good defense attorney could really just tear that to shreds. So I know that they can't do much about that comment. It's just something to make us take pause. It really is. In my opinion, I think it's despicable. Couponing says, I wonder if canines sniff their concrete. They can. Some of them can. Some of them can even find like bones in water and things like that. So they definitely can. They also have technology that can go over and hover and find. But in the terms of the Springfield 3, it's just such a great area that if they didn't have an area to really pinpoint, I think that's why they didn't use that technology. But it's called ground penetrating radar. I hate that word penetrate. It's weird. But that's what it's called. And but yeah, the canines can, to a certain extent, to my knowledge. And Island says, I don't think CP likes to work hard, so I don't think he knows about concrete. I know, I don't think he likes to work hard either. I know, I don't think he does either. I think he's just one of those guys that's like, kind of there at work, that you don't really rely on them for too much. It's kind of like, they're just there. Scranton Strangler says, what is all the PF supporting YouTube channels going to, what are all the Proudfoot supporting YouTube channels going to do if the Proudfoots turn out to actually be responsible for what has happened to Sebastian? That is a great point. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know, excuse me. I don't know what they're going to do. They're probably going to backtrack, and basically some of them might even stand their ground and be like, I don't see Clue backing down. I think she's pretty well cemented, for lack of a better way to say it, into the Proud Feets situation. So, but yeah, that is a good question though, Grand Strangler, because yeah, I mean, oh, good to see you, Jocelyn. Good to see you. Eating lunch. All right. Well, good. Have a good lunch. I'm glad you're here. And Chief says that guy has no clue what he is talking about in this video. Which one? The Proudfoot? The Proudfoot guy? Which one? Which one? Which one are you talking about? And Kathy says, remember Craddock posted that he didn't like the word grape and then said Snuggle Struggle was better? Yes, I did. Kathy, we talked about it in the beginning because I did a video on it. And Couponing says 1212. And then Meow, I pulled up this Lolly Beautifully Broken. I'm going to have to subscribe. You said is it the 1 minute and 30 mark? Is that the one I'm supposed to be looking at? I have it pulled. It's of that new video of the Texas Roadhouse that Dog just posted today. But I want to make sure if I'm at the right. Yes, hello everyone joining. Jeep Twin says, yes, Kathy, that was gross. Jocelyn says, hello everyone. Dreaming says, just heartbreaking to even think about. It really is, especially like, that's the weirdest part. That's such a good point. Like, for somebody whose stepson is missing, you would think that they would be totally heartbroken to even think about their child in that situation where they're in a concrete or they can't breathe or they can't get out. I mean, oh my gosh, that would just, I don't know how Katie does it. That's another thing that I can't wrap my mind around, is like, I don't know how Katie sits there and deals with him saying these things in front of her like he does. Like when he was telling her to put her big girl pants on, one foot forward in front of the other. I would have told him to F off, like straight up. You don't tell me how to feel about my child being missing. Like, it would be bad. It would be all bad. And Chief says, did you read my comment about the concrete? No, I don't think so. Let me look. I know I asked you. Let's see. I asked you a question and then I skipped you. Let me see. Hold on. Give me 1 second, Chief. Sorry about that. Concrete for 15 years. It's hard work. That Proudfoot doesn't know what he's talking about. Is it this one? Sorry, guys. I have like a frog in my throat for some reason. That guy has no clue what he's talking about in this video. Is it that one? We got Snuggle Struggle Man. No, I didn't see it, Chief. Could you write it again? I'm sorry. Let's see. Oh, 129. Okay, thank you, Meow. Let me look. Maui-san, good to see you. Sebastian Strong. Thank you. Meow says you will see Katie and CP on each side with a man in the middle. Oh, thank you, Kathy, for gifting 5 memberships. If you guys get a membership, make sure to tell Kathy thank you. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you so much. Island says 100%. Boom. What, Willie Make It? Hello to all number 44. I like your name, Willie Make It. Good to see you, Willie Make It. Yeah. Mini Panthers, I think soon we will have justice. I hope so. I sure hope so. All right. So see Katie and CP on each side with a man in the middle. Okay. Ooh.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you, Michelle.
Let me see here. 129. And do I have to put the... Do we have to watch the video to understand it, or should I just put the audio up? Yeah, that is so sweet of you, Kathy. Thank you. Willie Make It, do you ever do call-ins? I don't mind if people hop up on panel with me. That's what I usually do because I don't have a call-in number yet per se, but Kathy, that's so nice. But yeah, why did you have something to say, Willie Make It? What's something that you have to... Do you have something to say? Meow, I watched the replay. Thank you, Dreaming. I will say this video that Dog put out is very like crisp and clean video. I don't know what they did to do that, but they did a good job. They did a real good job of cleaning it up. And then what's the stopping off point, Meow? That's one. Okay. 129. Oh. And we actually see Sebastian go into the restaurant. Okay. That was so nice. That was so nice. See, Taylor, good to see you. Yes. Yes, hopefully Mini Panthers can... Yeah, I just didn't see the one with the concrete. Because I asked you, I was like, do you think that they could, like... Would that be possible? Especially at a... Okay, so there's a couple factors I'm considering. Is it possible at a big job site like that to hurry up and put somebody in there and smooth over, like he was saying? Is it even... Is it possible? Is it probable? Is kind of... Because I don't know anything about concrete. I really don't. I know when it's wet, you can write your name in it really quick, or, you know, before somebody sees you. And Meow says after she talked about Rachel. Okay, after she talks about Rachel. Mini Panthers. Willie Make It said, I would love to add to opinions I've learned from... Yeah, email me, Willie Make It. My email is ladyfreedoms@gmail.com. Just so my channel name, but no apostrophe, because it won't accept apostrophes in there. But yeah, definitely email me. I'd love to hear your opinion. Yeah, really good question, Island. Jocelyn says, hey, Star. Manny Panthers, in my opinion, his cousin Danny G, the builder, could easily have made concrete happen. See, yeah. I mean, yeah, Mr. Guy. Yes, yes. I know exactly who you're talking about. And He's kind of weird. He's weird. I'm just gonna put it out there. The crazy thing about Chris's family is a lot of the same names of his family members are the same names of my family members. So it's weird. It's weird. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to play this from Lolly, Beautifully Broken.
I just wanted to jump through there and grab him.
This is the Sebastian video from today.
Now this car's fixing to back in.
No, Sarah, I'm not afoot. I promise I am not afoot. There is no trouble afoot from me. Wouldn't that be crazy if I did an ancestry and everybody found out that I was related to the Proud Feet? Oh my God. Help us all. Especially me, because I'd be doxxed left and right. People be like, that lady's involved and she's been in Sebastian's case. And Star. Oh my God. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that on us. So they took everybody out of the restaurant on this too. If you guys, sorry if that's a little bit shaky.
You'll see Sebastian and Katie coming up here pretty soon. And they'll be sitting down at their table. But if you pay attention to the parking lot area, you see that gray car sitting there. And after they leave, I did too.
Thank you,
I thought it
Dreaming.
was just like Katie's, but when I really zoomed in on it today and looked it over really, really, really close, it is a different brand. It's a whole different model.
Oh, so the car that's right next to them is not, or she's talking about the truck. We've been trying to make connections with those trucks and cars and all that.
So that car's leaving about the time Katie and Sebastian are about to be seated. But pay close attention.
Maui
Who do
says
we
after
have here?
Oh, sorry.
A double cab white truck. Yep, Angela. A guy stepped out and then sat back down. But looky here. What do we have here? The white truck.
Oh, 2 minutes. 2:20. I'm sorry. 2:20. 2:20 minute. Oh, there we go. It's so hard to get right on it. All right, I think I got it. Ooh. Come on. There we go. Okay.
6.
Okay. Let me see if I could do this really quick. I will read Maui's comment. Thank you, Meow. Thank you so much. And Maui says, after hearing the letter written by Nina's daughter, it appears DG was involved in Nina's situation. Yes. Prayers for Nina and the family, as well as Sebastian and family, in my opinion, allegedly. Thank you, Maui-san, for that. I appreciate that. Yeah, it is so sad. I mean, I think they were all involved in it. Even, you know, unfortunately, even I think his dad, you know, Mr. Original Proudfoot, the OG Proudfoot, Danny Guy is who we are referring to, Poppy, who is, yes, Chris's relative. One of the real deals, not the green hoodie. She's talking about Katie. Yes. Okay. Oh, thank you, Meow. Okay. You can say the name and I'll remove it after. There you go. There you go, Minnie. Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and try and listen here. And this is going to be pertaining to Rachel, which is Chris's third wife. Third wife, yeah. Yes. Oh.
Her words, when I woke him up, he wasn't there. So she woke him up, he wasn't there on the 26th. But if those 3 a.m. flashlights have anything to do with it, and law enforcement had that video from the get-go, like what I'm hearing they did, then the 26th, I believe, would be the correct date. Early hours of the morning on the 26th. Yes. Yes, I showed the picture. If anybody's in here or whatever, there is a Fox interview out there. I'll show it real quick. That had Chris and Katie on it. And this is just a screenshot I took. But if you look, looking at her on your left side of her face, it does look like she got a swelled up eye. Her cheekbone swelled up. It looks a little puffy to me.
I'm just going to take a look.
And that video wasn't out for bone swelled up. It looks a little puffy, bone swelled up.
I mean,
she got a swelled up eye. Her cheekbone swelled up.
she looks like red patches on her face.
Puffy to me.
I don't know if that's from nerves.
And that video wasn't
or because they got in a fight.
Much. Hardly anybody saw it. It's hard. Yeah, his dad.
You can't hardly find that one with Lawrence when they were on Lawrence on Fox 17, I believe it was.
But yeah.
A Fox
That's crazy.
News.
I think she's lucky it wasn't a hammer. I'll just keep saying that.
Ooh.
She's lucky it wasn't a hammer. Baba Rose, word on the street is they are not together. So I don't know.
She's saying Chris and Katie are together?
Out for much. Hardly anybody saw it. It's hard. Yeah, his dyed beard.
Kathy, I hear that too. I've heard that before too.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Island, she does.
I think she's lucky it wasn't a hammer. I'll just keep saying that. She's lucky it wasn't a hammer.
Ooh.
Baba Rose, word on the street is they are not together.
You know, Meow, I heard, see, that is the story that I heard about Rachel, is that he used a hammer to hurt her and then he just left her there. Absolutely awful, awful, awful. I mean, ugh. Goodness sakes. Oh, hey, Jana, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh my gosh, Meow. Okay, that is so terrible. Like, I've heard that. I wonder if there is proof out there, I will show it. I just want to have, something to show. Chris has his own apartment, Kathy? What? Oh my gosh. Oh, good. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad that you're here, Jana. I'm glad. Not that you can't sleep, but I'm glad that you're here. Kathy says Mama Socks is still playing Rachel off to keep paying her off to keep her silent. I heard that because remember when Chris said that he was still friends with, like, Rachel still talks to my mom and we're all still friendly. That didn't sit well with me. I didn't think I thought that was weird. I thought that was really weird. Meow says, I've also heard CP has his own apartment. Oh my gosh. Okay, so and that's what Lolly's saying.
So I don't know. I think they need to take them down, get them loaded up, bring them on down here to Texas.
I don't have any evidence, Star. It's all alleged.
Because I'm telling you.
But if they broke up, then that might speed things up a little bit.
For all of them. They're too afraid to talk, that's for sure. I don't know if she's just scared or what. But I'm telling you, if there is any chance that he is laying hands on her at all, someone needs to be there to reassure her that she can talk out. She can be that brave one. She can be brave like Nina's daughter was brave.
So much strength to do what she did. So much.
Yeah. Wait, what? Yeah. Don't want to stop in Oklahoma either. They need to be interrogated with some serious interrogation. And I'm talking the kind where you're either going to break mentally or you're going to tell the truth to get it over with.
Wow, Maui-san. So he hasn't had his apartment since January. Oh my gosh. So that's interesting. If he just kind of like let that slip, are people starting to realize that they're not fighting for the good of Sebastian? I wonder, because that to me is really, well, it's really curious. It's really, really curious. Was that a Freudian slip? Was that like a oops, sorry, kind of a slip? Because that's a big one. Wow. I wonder why he would get an apartment though? Why doesn't he just stay in his RV? Or well, it's a fifth wheel. I don't know why he doesn't just stay in his fifth wheel. It's a nice fifth wheel. That's interesting. Thank you for sharing that, Maui. And Star says depends on her culpability and how scared she is. She should be scared, in my opinion. Yeah, I think she should. I think she should be too. Especially, I'd really like to know how people have got that information. Is it from a public records thing with Rachel, or because I'm really curious about that. I've wondered about his other exes and why they haven't come forward really or talked to anybody. But then again, a lot of people haven't. So and they might not want nothing to ever do with him again, which I don't blame them one bit for that. Minnie says I wouldn't doubt it, honestly. Yeah, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't either. And Kathy says Chris has been ordered to take anger management classes by court with Nina. Oh, really? He was furious and the Navy had issues with his anger also, allegedly. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it can't hurt, but I think he needs a lot more than that. But yeah, that sounds like something the family court would have asked for him to do. I wonder if there were reasons for that, things that maybe Faith had witnessed when she went there in June, allegedly, or if that was something that they just based on his history. But I'd be curious to know that. Minnie says, in my opinion, her actions showed trauma responses, so I don't know. Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's no other way to explain some of it, right? And that was the thing too. I didn't want to ever discount that was happening to her, even if she did something horrible to Sebastian. I don't ever want to discount that, because she could have, I mean, let's face it, in the beginning, when Chris was taking her out to the faux restaurants and he was taking them out on the boat and they were having a good time, they were hiking in California, they did all kinds of stuff. And then all of a sudden they moved to Tennessee and that all stops. They don't do anything. They never leave the house. If Katie goes someplace with Sebastian, they go together only. Even when Terry Lynn asked him, well, what are you guys going to, where are you taking him to eat? Whenever he comes back, what's the first place that you guys are going to take him to eat? And he says, I'm not taking him to eat. His mom's going to do that. So that was weird. And then I was like, well, you guys aren't going to go out as a family? Like, I thought that was completely strange. So yeah, many definite trauma responses in my opinion too. Island says, in my opinion, CP will leave KP, history repeats. Yeah, absolutely. And I think Island too, I think that they were about ready to kind of go their separate ways. And see, that also speaks to motive and why Katie would do that, such a horrible thing to Sebastian, if she did, allegedly. But that would be a reason, right, to keep Chris around, choosing him over her son. Yeah, I agree. There are websites you can pay for free to find these things out. Just saying. I know. I need to do that. You know what I tried? What was one I tried? Like Ben Verified. I used to have like Ben Verified and different things like that. Some of them are just kind of wacky. Like some of them I don't like necessarily. One of them, I don't know which one it was that I didn't really like actually. But I've used them before. I've used to find people and public things, just on a personal level. But Meow says the Laura Lodge may know more. Yeah, they might. Did they come out with a new video? Because I know that they were supposed to maybe have Seth on or do a video with SF. Island agrees. Dreaming says, in my opinion, they are sus, but who knows? Truth will come out hopefully soon. On the other hand, or on other side, I don't think she is a follower. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think the truth is going to come out. I think the truth is going to come out sooner or later. I really do. And if it, whatever the case may be, it's just whatever the truth is, it is, right? It just is what it is. And I think we just need that to come out, for Sebastian's sake, because if he is out there, At Night is pretty adamant about the fact that I haven't seen anything to the contrary. I've seen a lot from At Night speaking about how he's still alive. Even Dog the Bounty Hunter will say that. So they have to have some kind of evidence to support that. Aw, sneaky. Thank you. Minnie, you're so funny. She says, sneakiness fund. Match me. You're too cute. Minnie says, that's me. People are quick to blame KP, but we just don't know exactly what happened or what's continuing to happen. Exactly. And, she could be scared to death. Like, what if she was rocking back and forth because she was nervous that Chris was going to be upset with her after the interview? I get shaky and like my heart starts pounding really fast. So we all have our different like responses that we can't even help. They just happen, right? So I mean, it's a possibility. I wouldn't put it past him. And I know people say like, I saw something about how Katie was a fighter in the military, like she was in the Navy fight and she would fight, but she was fighting other women. They weren't putting her in a ring with like men, and she was like fighting them like the old days that you like the scene in Pearl Harbor when they're like fighting each other, boxing and stuff. Like she was fighting other women. When it comes to a man, we're no match for them. We just aren't. They can overpower us. Some of us more quickly than others, don't get me wrong. But if somebody outweighs you and they're bigger than you, they can just like hop on top of you and hold you down. Um, Unfortunately. But oh, Star, oh my goodness, you guys. Thank you. Star Match. Thank you guys. That's so sweet. You guys are awesome. Kathy. Aw. Kathy says allegedly neighbors reported fighting and they could hear it. Sebastian had to hear it that also. Absolutely, Kathy. And I do believe the neighbors. I believe them. Why would they lie? Like what would they have to gain from it? Maybe they could gain a little bit of notoriety in the public or a little bit of clout. I don't think they're really worried about that. I actually think the neighbors don't want any clout anymore. Like, I think they just want people to leave their neighborhood. Please, by all means, don't come to our neighborhood. And I understand that. I really, really do. But yeah, I think that there was fighting. I even believe that they might have made him sleep in the garage. And I hate to think like that, but I don't discount it. It's not something that I would talk about every single day, right? And be like, I know he was in there, because I don't. But why would the neighbors say that? And then why would the neighbors say things like, if you don't get rid of him, I will. Or it's him or me, come get your R word, referring to Sebastian. Like that. I mean, and then the power washer. I believe the power washer happened where he sprayed him with that. And that is that's some heavy duty stuff. That could actually leave, like, I would think that would leave some type of like bruising and stuff like that. Like if you just, because the water pressure, um poor Sebastian. And Katie, sorry, Minnie says, I read the above. Minnie says there could be some serious ABUSE that was going on, in my opinion. I believe so. I believe so. And another thing too, Minnie, that I just thought of, that just popped in my head too, is didn't Tony on Mr. and Mrs. E's Crimecast, when he went on there and he was talking about the CPS reports, do you guys remember where he said that if it was me and I was always the one that was involved in domestic ABUSE, and the CPS was going over there? Did you guys catch that, where he was basically insinuating that some of the CPS reports had to do with some DV behaviors, not Katie on Chris on Katie? Because I caught that and then I thought, oh, okay. So basically you're saying it without saying it, that Katie's being ABUSE'd by Chris, but let me know what you guys think, because I remember him saying that. I'll have to find that clip because I still have that little tidbit in there, and I can find it quick, maybe for tomorrow night's live. We can look at that, because that to me speaks a lot. I wish it was Seth that was out, not that I don't believe Tony. I'm not saying I don't believe him, but I just would rather hear it from Seth and be like, yeah, look, there were instances where, they were called out to the house because of DV, because of Chris doing something to Katie. I think people would be a little bit more understanding. I mean, people probably wouldn't necessarily, some people would be really mean about it. Let's just be honest about it. Some people would be mean about it. Some people would be hateful. I get that. But I think a lot of people's hearts might turn a little bit understanding that. Because then it explains why she'll hide behind him and not say anything. And another thing that I do want to bring up too, like when when they were on, oh, I'm trying to think of who it was now. It was, okay, so when Yada was on the Bullhorn Betty interview, she said that she doesn't believe that that same person that is on the news casts and everything is like the Katie that she knows. But we all know that, like, when we're in an ABUSE situation, a DV situation, it changes us, right? Because people are constantly breaking you down, making you feel like crap about yourself. The person that you love is telling you awful things about yourself, and so it's bringing your self-esteem down. It's making you feel bad. Even if you tell them, I don't believe what you're saying, it still hurts. It hurts. And it lowers your self-esteem and it lowers your self-worth. And so I think that in that instance, I think that Yada could have been misguided a little bit in her thinking, because yes, she probably knew Katie as being a very feisty, get what you want kind of a person. But if she is being controlled and manipulated and talked down to every day by Chris, told she's not pretty enough, not good, smart enough, good enough, blah, 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 dinner's not made when he's home, whatever the crap is that they pull. And then we also see that in Crystal's case. So we see that kind of she was more and more sad because of the things that he was doing to her. It wasn't because she was just all of a sudden sad. No, it was because of what she was going through that made the symptoms of the depression, the symptoms of the sadness more outward, because a lot of us can be sad inside and we don't have to show it. It's very difficult. Tonight I almost damn near lost it because of reading the letter from Faith's big sister, Nina's little girl. It's absolutely heartbreaking, to read that back in her little words, knowing what her mom said. And so, yeah, that's about all I got to say about it. And it just changes you. It changes who you are. Mary says, and Mary, good to see you. Mary says, Katie made the comment, I hope people stay looking and doesn't let Sebastian face fall to the bottom of the feed. Yes, I do remember that. She stumbled before she said it. Supposedly there's a silo behind the Bower socks. Yes, we talked about that last night. Let me show you all it really quick, just so you guys can get a good point of reference. So here is an aerial shot of the silos. So they're really big in comparison to the silos that we saw in the Chris Watts case, where he went out to Survey 19 and put his daughters in those in the oil field barrels. It was like a 14-inch diameter that he had to work with, and he just a sick person puts those little girls in there, and they had to drain them out and find them to the bottom of the feed. But those are, so Mary, you're saying those are like a grain silo, because that's what it looked like to me, more of like a grain silo. I just didn't know what kind of silo they were. I think I have another picture of them too. Oh my gosh, guys, I have a damn picture of Cluminati's nasty toilet. I'm not showing it. I'm trying to behave myself over here. No need to show that. Let's see. I thought I had one more picture of it. I thought I snapped one, but maybe I didn't. Oh, there's the toilet again. Oh my. Oh my goodness. Lord help us all when we got pictures of other people's toilets on our phones. Okay. But either way, those are huge silos. Those are huge. Star says, she let a man hit her child with a belt. That's a coward in my book. I agree, Star. I cannot give Katie a free pass for it. I can't. Can I feel like compassion for her? Yes, I can. I did think in the beginning that she was completely a battered woman. In the beginning, I thought Katie was like a 100%. And then I started seeing a little bit more and more how she could be a little bit more vindictive and a little bit more hateful. I'm not saying that there's any perfect people out there that, even when they're suffering from the effects of, I can't believe I have to say it like this, of DV. Somebody's inflicting DV on them. That doesn't mean that they're an angel, right? But in the same way, nobody deserves that. Nobody does. So would I feel a little bit more compassion for her? Yes, but I would probably change my tune more of like, because I did do that to begin with. I was like, Katie, you can come out, you can be strong, you can do this. Like you don't have to be dealing with him. And like, I did because I married somebody like Chris. I know, and I know you know what I'm talking about, Star. So it's like, I don't know. It's yeah. She's definitely cowardly, and she lied to Nancy Grace about the belt. She said she also stuck up for Chris on Smiley. Like he told Justin he did not hit my son with a belt. He didn't beat him. Well, I think he did. And then they also lied about how many times it happened, when it happened. And then when Nancy Grace said, why would you hit him with the belt? Katie piped in and she's like, for lying about doing work. Doing what work? Like housework, house chores, doing his homework. It was just, yeah. It was just a very weird, either she was agreeing so she wouldn't get hurt, which if that is the case, that is terrible. And he deserves to be, underneath the jail, as far as they could put him in the very basement. I don't know. I still think that she needs to be held accountable if in fact she hurt Sebastian, because he's the one that's so innocent. He did not deserve any of it. Meow says she loves her lifestyle. I believe that wholeheartedly. I'm hearing, I guess, if they're not together though, but see, Katie, she should not sell herself short. Because she's got a job at Brinks. She can, get herself an apartment too. She could sell the house and buy a smaller one. There's a lot of things that she can do. She is not in a bad situation like many of us have been in, where there's no money of their own. There's no way to get out because he won't let you leave. He's stalking you, things like that. She doesn't have it like that. She could leave. She's not bound to him by finances and things like that, which many are. And also Chris is the type of person where it's like, fifth wife, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. Like, he legit, in my opinion, the way he puts off himself, he just doesn't care. Meow says public records. Yeah. Yes. Minnie. Public data. Thank you. Yes, streaming allegedly, in my opinion. I know I'm so bad with that. I have to remember. Chief says again, skipped my comment about the concrete. I did. I skipped you again. What? Are you sure you're putting comments up? I did each one by one. Chief, you're gonna think I don't like you, and I did a special segment on my show just for you tonight. Oh, goodness sakes. See what I get for trying. Oh boy. Let's see. I swear. Did you guys block Chief? What's going on here? We can't block Chief. He's all right. If he does bad, we just put him in timeout. No, I'm just kidding, Chief. We haven't put you in timeout. No, I swear. I just looked through all of them, and I promise I did not see it. Are you messing with me, Chief? Dreaming says, thank you. So nice of you. Aw. Mary says, after that interview, the next interview with Fox, she has the black eye. Oh my gosh. I was wondering if she was leaving a clue to where Sebastian was. I just think if they were to break up, like, this sounds so horrible, because I swear, guys, I don't sit here hoping people break up. I really don't. I really hope the best for people. I do. But like, I was just thinking if they broke up, it would be so much easier to figure out like what was going on, because then they're not going to have each other's backs anymore. And so like Chris was like, I'll protect my wife, and da 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 da. But then if they're not together anymore, I can see him rolling on her. Like, absolutely, just like completely rolling on her and being like, she did it, it's all her, well, to save his own patoot. That's why I would think that. And Kathy says Coffin Daffer even said Katie is no shrinking. Yeah, no shrinking violet. Yes, good quote. Thank you, Kathy. Says, I agree with you. Listen to her sailor mouth temper. Yeah, in my opinion, right? I know, exactly, exactly. And I will say that comes with like being in a DV situation. Like when you get out of it, it's really, really difficult. To be assertive without being a total bitch, right? Because like I've been there where like at first I didn't know how to set up boundaries, right? I had no idea. And I would stumble through it, like even with just regular relationships and people, because like I'd end up going off and like I'd be like zero to bitch in like not even 60 seconds. But it was because I didn't realize how to like articulate myself and how to like engage with the person in a regular way either. Like, you're hurting my feelings right now. Please don't do that. It wasn't like that. It was like, F you, get the F away from me kind of a thing. And it was like zero to nothing. So yeah, I mean, it could be from that, but I also think that you're right. I think that there's a lot. Let's just put it this way. I believe that Katie Proudfoot is a very complex person, which we all are, right? But we've just seen very many different layers of Katie. And, some of them aren't so pretty. Honestly, I don't think that she's a good person in her heart. I don't. I don't feel that from her. I've tried to connect with her on a motherly level. I can't. It's very difficult for me to do that. Um, you know, but nobody deserves to be mistreated. Nobody, especially being a woman being hit by a man. No, 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 no. There's nothing you could ever do to deserve it. And Minnie says Chief was talking about the concrete. Yeah, we talked about the concrete. Yes. Okay. So I was trying to ask him because he said he did concrete, and I was like, do you think that like they could have that was plausible that they could have ever put Sebastian in there? Like, because what people were speculating mainly was like, did you put him at your job site when they were pouring the concrete? Is what they were asking. Like, even well, Minnie, because Terry Lynn covered and had it. Well, Seth on twice, and Mr. Foot on once. Excuse me. So, I mean, basically, that's what they were saying. And she even, Terry Lynn asked him, saying, hey, did this happen? And he was like, ha, ha, ha. And he's laughing and everything. And Terry's like, why is that funny that I'm asking you if your stepson is in concrete right now? Like, how is that funny to you? And then she's like, he's like, well, the reason why I think it's funny is because it's not possible. And so that's why I was wondering if Chief could give us some insight. Thank you, Mary, for your opinion. Some timers kicking in. I know. I have it really bad, Minnie. Really bad. Especially like at the end, like when I get tired or slap happy, I'm like, what did I just say? What was I saying? Who? What? Am I still here? Am I awake? And oh, thank you, Star. Oh, thank you, Island. Oh my goodness, I didn't even see that, guys. Thank you so much. Oh, I appreciate it. She says, thank you for all your time and hard work. Thank you guys all for being here. Lady didn't Chief's gonna kill me. Chief says, Lady didn't see my answer to her question. I didn't. I did not. I swear. I've scrolled through all of them. I did not see it. I am not a lion. I promise. I would read it out loud. No, because I'm really interested to know like what your take on it is, Chief. Because I mean, I'm like really girly. I don't mess with concrete and like guy stuff ever. I'm just really, I try to avoid like even the auto parts section Walmart. I don't even like to go anywhere near the tools and stuff. I'm like, I'm good. Like if I go to Home Depot, I'll go look at the plants and stuff, you know. And Island says, no, thank you. Your mods in chat too. Aw. You guys are so sweet. Yes, you guys all rock. You guys are all awesome. Silky Southern Tea. I just don't understand why she is not being more proactive in searching. I know. I don't know either, Silky Sweet. Silky Southern Tea. I appreciate you being here. I don't know. I don't know why either. Or at least, like, I know some people aren't good at searching, and also some people wouldn't want to see their family member like that. Let's just be honest with that part. But why isn't she passing out flyers, spreading awareness? Why isn't she like just going on podcasts would be good if she was to sit up there and really talk about the real issues. And also people are usually like, if just hypothetically, if Katie came on my panel, I would know to tell my mods beforehand, like, hey, let her talk. Don't let people bash her in the chat. And I know for a fact that other creators have done that too, where they're like, hey, don't let people go ham on, you know, Katie and Chris, because I need them to talk and we need them to be comfortable and conversate, right? So yeah, I wouldn't allow anybody to be disrespectful to my guests. The problem with Chris is that when he got to like acting crazy and being super disrespectful, in my opinion, and talking about hitting Sebastian with the bell and talking about how he likes to have accidents in his pants and things like that, then I would open up the floodgates and let you guys say whatever you wanted to. I would be texting my mods and being like, hey, you guys, just let it roll, let it fly, because I'm not going to allow for him to do that, you know? But yeah, if Katie was just up here sitting talking, I would never like allow that. I would think it'd be, you know, rude, and then I'd be like, well, that's why she doesn't want to talk. I mean, you know, so it doesn't, when people do that, it doesn't always necessarily hurt the person that they're wanting it to hurt. Minnie says, what part of GA, Chief? I'm from, oh, Sav, August area. Sav? Am I saying that right? Star says, Silky, neither do I. She seems so apathetic. Yeah, she really does. She was, I almost said pathetic, Star. Oh my gosh. That's kind of mean. Oh, hey there, Margaret. Good to see you. And Island says, is it true that their neighbors were being harassed by SF? I think there is a fair amount of truth to that. I think that Bobby has been harassed by people. I mean, I hate to like be over dramatic about it, and maybe she would have a different response, because I mean, you know, if somebody asked her, but in my opinion, they kind of it seems like people were befriending Bobby and then like stabbing her in the back, in my opinion. But like JLR, he didn't do that. He asked her for the interview. She gave the interview, and people ran with it and did whatever they wanted to do. And then he didn't come back. He didn't come out and really like make another video about it. I think I would. I mean, actually, I know I would. If I had a guest up and they were getting harassed and all this stuff, I probably would make a video and say, quit doing it. You know, come on, guys, behave or whatever. But then again, I don't know. You know, everybody does what they want, but I don't feel like he was exploiting Bobby like how the UA Crimson Tide and Crab Apple Tree Butt did, because he asked her, he was like, hey, what do you want to show your face? No, you know, do you want to just do the avatar? What name do you want us to call you? Like he seemed like he was cordial and professional. You know, but I don't know what happened behind the scenes. But yeah, SF, I think so. He seems like a really big bully to me, and he hangs out with the feet. So, good to see you, Margaret. Loganville. Chief, are you trying to, what does that mean? That has nothing to do with concrete. See, I see these. What? You guys, help me out. Help me. Did you guys see a concrete post from Chief? Did somebody delete a concrete post from Chief? And Star says power washers can, yes, power washers can strip people's skin. Oh my gosh, it's like high pressure, and then like too, some of it's like a stream, like a steady stream. Yeah. So, oh, never mind. Minnie asked you a question. Okay, Loganville, George. I was like, what's a Loganville? Is that equipment for concrete equipment? Shows how much I know. And then Patsy says, Patsy, oh, I love your name, Patsy Crime. Welcome in, Patsy Crime. She says, do you full research or you'll do your full resource or you'll have to answer questions. Aiden had a lot of information he did not vet, and now I was speculating on it. Oh, I don't think are you in the wrong live? Because we talked about Aiden like 3 lives ago. So I don't think you're in the right live, Patsy Crime. So I'll just like help you out here and we'll put you in a timeout. And then when you come back, you can be nicer. And then we'll go from there. All right. And Meow says yes. Minnie, you're so hilarious. She says there are nicer ways to criticize. I actually look. I'll be completely 100% transparent with you guys on this one. So when I saw Aiden's interview, it was 2 hours long. So when I cut Aiden's interview up from the Lore Lodge, the double Aidens, there's 2 in that one. Blonde Aiden and brunette Aiden is how I differentiate them in my mind. But I pulled them into my editing software and I cut them up and I loaded each piece into here. I did not watch it prior to that. Does Aiden do great research on his own? Yes, he's super smart. So yeah, I mean, I think he's a good source. I'm just gonna put it out there that he's a good source, in my opinion. Did I research his video fully before I posted it? Hell no, I didn't have time to do that. I just didn't. Trust me, I did not have any time to do that. And plus, a lot of times I find it like more fun to watch it with you guys. Like I did that today with this video. That's why I have a pen and paper. I write stuff down so I can talk about it as I'm going along. If there's something that I need to research, I got this handy dandy little phone here and I just type into the Google bar and gosh, it's magic. They just pop in all kinds of good information. So yeah, I don't have to research anything before I come up here because I can just Google it. Google it, y'all. And Chief says, I don't like Georgia anymore. You don't? Well, what about concrete, Chief? I'm wondering. Oh boy, you guys are gonna get me in a slap happy mood here. How do you know it wasn't vetted? I promise, guys, I did not vet anything that Aiden said. But honestly, like I said, I think he's a really good source. And also, he's got an extra person up there, and like that, and the other Aiden is on the computer. So I'm sure they're like sending each other like messages or whatever, like their little, their setup is. And so, hey, Carrie, good to see you. Good to see you. And Star says, I didn't think Lady. Star says, I didn't think Lady is stating anything as fact, but I don't think, did we talk about the Aidens tonight? Oh, maybe we did a little bit. Oh yeah, because I said that we were talking about that a little bit. We were, but like that was a couple lives ago that we were really like actually talking about his content. I was just wondering when he's going to talk to Seth and mainly, I mean, I don't even really care about him talking to SF. I think that guy's a bullshitter, so I really don't even care about that guy. But do I want to hear from Seth? Heck yeah, I want to hear from Seth. I want to see what kind of questions that Aiden comes up with to ask Seth, because he's a smart kid. And Minnie says, me neither, Chief. I've been in Cali for 18 years now. Oh my gosh, 18 years. See, I love it in Florida. I love it in Florida. I don't know why I didn't live in Florida my whole life. Mary says it's the interview where they're holding hands. It doesn't show their face. Oh, the Only Hands interview. Yeah, I called it the Only Hands instead of OnlyFans. Only Hands. I don't know. It was just weird because they were like stroking each other and like, I don't know. It was weird. And they had like their little sausage fingers out. I don't know. It was weird. Chief says, I can't stand. Chief, now I'm ready for your comment. I think you're just toying with me. Chief is toying with me tonight. And Carrie says, I missed everything, didn't I? No, you didn't miss everything. I mean, the beginning, I read the letter. I don't know if you heard about the letter. I can't read it again, guys. If I do, you know what? I might read it again and put it on like a video type format. I can't read that again. That broke my heart. Like I was literally crying. Like that was the first time that I've ever cried up here. And I've almost done it. Like there's been so many times where I was so close. When I shared Nikki's video, I was crying, but not like, oh God, that little girl is so strong, so strong. And if I see one comment with them making fun of her, I swear I'm going to go nuts. And if you guys see any comments like negative towards, please, I know Nina's has done a couple of things that were maybe not, oh, how do I put it? Maybe a little bit not as classy as her first interview. Let's just put it that way. But still, don't want anybody to talk smack about Nina and her babies in here. Please, 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 please. I'm begging you. Island says, when did she not vet Patsy? I liked her name though, Patsy Crime. I like that, like Patsy Cline, I guess. I'm guessing. Oh, she admitted to not letting certain information. I don't dispute that. I could have written that out better, man. You're fine, Star. I could say these things better tonight. I don't know. I'm just like all over the place. I maybe I should have had some more coffee before I came on. Okay, Chief. Here comes one from Chief. I'm telling you guys, everyone. I'm reading them. Chief says the only reason I'm in Indiana is because my parents won't leave Indiana. Is another useless state. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. My brother lives in Indiana. We're trying to get out of Cali. It's so nice in California, though, the weather. Meow, battered wife syndrome. Yeah, I mean, I believe it. Meow. I believe it. I believe it. And trauma affects everybody differently too, guys. There's obviously certain things and responses that are common, but at the end of the day, there are things that just are going to be different and on a person by person basis. For example, sometimes people will tell someone about it. Some people will take that to their grave, basically, where they don't want to say anything about it. They don't want to, they would rather nobody ever found out about it, right? I was both of those people because at first I would never want anybody to know. And when people would be like, oh, where'd you get that bruise and stuff, I'd be like, oh, nothing, and I would lie, I would make something up, I would not tell them, right? But then I started being more open about it, and especially afterwards and things like that. Especially after it was getting so bad that I couldn't hide it. It was all over my face. But my point is that a lot of times people don't want to share, and sometimes people do want to share. Some people will tell their friends about it. Other people won't. It's just a case by case basis. Some people never want to talk about it again. Some people want to talk about it and spread awareness. And so other people know, hey, you're not alone. Other people want to keep it to themselves and want to internalize it and never bring that up again because it's so incredibly painful for them. It's embarrassing. And so that's why I think it's really important not to shame anybody, even Katie, over this, because even if she did something bad, even if she was mean to Sebastian too, we just shouldn't shame her over that. And also, when something like a hammer is used in a situation like that, it's absolutely horrific and horrendous and awful. Rachel is lucky to be here with us still today, to still be walking on this planet, in my opinion, because a hammer is metal and wood, and it doesn't end well for someone who gets caught in that situation typically. So with that being said, you know, even if it's just a point, because the lady was, Lolly was saying, basically, you know, at least she should be lucky she didn't get that hammer or something like that. Like, to me, I'm like, oh, it hurts my heart to hear that, right? Just because it doesn't, some guys don't need to have that kind of a weapon to do that kind of damage. Believe me. And it's all bad no matter what, you know. So, and think about all the kids that had to witness that stuff, or Sebastian having to witness his mom go through that if he did. But I will stand by this. I do remember Tony saying that in the interview, that there was some DV situations, and that's why CPS was there. So, Island says he went off on interviews of parents and court documents on most, but did at times about what was heard, and cannot be for sure at times that I remember. Patsy. Oh, okay. Yeah. You're talking about Aiden's. Yeah. Aiden did good. Kathy says long list when and time stamps available. His family is lawyers. Don't think that he didn't do that, but if you got video, I'd rewatch it. Yeah, absolutely. I'm always open to rewatching, you know, content video. If I get something wrong up here, guys, send it to my email and just be like, hey, Lady Frida, put it in the subject line, you got this wrong, and I will respond to you back. I will consider what you sent me, and then we can discuss it. You know, I have no problems doing that at all. I want to make sure that I'm giving you guys good information up here, and I don't want to give you wrong stuff. A lot of this stuff we've been having to speculate pretty heavily on, because we don't have really any answers. Is Green Hoodie Shim Chris's? No, I don't think so, but some of it pointed towards maybe it could have been, you know. Is it something that we can speculate on, because it's a case we're trying to figure things out? Yes. Is it a reason to hate other people? No. Is it a reason to troll their channels? No. Yeah, no reason. Chief says even my home state turned into a POS state. New York. Oh, okay. You're from New York? New York. They have boroughs there. I know that. Instead of counties, they have boroughs. The toilet of doom. I guess that's the one. I'm behind on comments, guys. I'm behind on comments. Okay, let's see. For not having his belt, meow. That's what they said. That's what they said. They said, and then Justin says, let me get this straight. So you hit him with the belt because he didn't have a belt? And then Katie's like, no, let me get this straight. He didn't hit my kid with the belt. And she's going on. And I'm like, oh. Dreaming says, meow, that's crazy. I couldn't believe it when he said that in the one interview. I couldn't believe it either. I can't believe they lied to Nancy Grace. Thank you, Gracie Plot. Island says, look at LE messed up Patsy and the parents who lurk on channels and put out their personal bashing. In my opinion, Island. Does she still have her job after all of this? I don't know. You know what? I don't know. But you know, she's got qualifications. She'd be over. Then again, I don't know, guys. There is a certain level of, like, when you're in the public perspective, or excuse me, public court of opinion, that, you know, it could be hard to get a job. Absolutely, it could be hard, because people don't want to, you know, give you a job. And people might be calling up to her job all crazy. I don't know. I posted at 35. Crazy. I do not even see it. Try 36. Oh my goodness, you guys. Good night, Mini Panthers. Good night, hun. Good night. Oh my, oh my God, you guys. I've been in many bad relationships too, meow. Oh my gosh. Uh I don't know. It's very difficult. Relationships are hard, right? But it's a give and take, it's something that people have to work on, especially once you've been together for so long. There's certain things, bug you. You're like, why are you chewing like that? You're chewing too loud, or you're breathing too loud, stuff like that. But that's normal. But when it gets to be toxic, thank you, Dreaming, for dropping our Terry Lynn and our Gracie. Thank you. Island says, women to women, I can relate, but or woman to woman, I can relate, but as mother, I cannot relate to her, in my opinion. Yeah, I know that's my heart. That's the hardest part. And then also just like in the dating world, I don't know though, because I do feel like Chris tricked her. I think he did. I think she thought that she was gonna have a nice life with him. I think that she does love him. Um, I just don't think that he reciprocates it. It's hard for a narcissist to show genuine love. Um, it just is. Unfortunately for them, they don't understand it. They don't know what it's like to, love somebody more than themselves, or give, and receive. They're just usually take, 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 take. It's all me, all mine. And they like to blame other people. They like to play the blame game. Minnie says trauma can see trauma in others, I think. I agree. I agree, Minnie. I think that's absolutely true. Absolutely true. Yeah, don't forget to subscribe to Gracie and Terry. Yes, Gracie agrees with Minnie. Yeah, definitely. Oh, thank you, Margaret. Margaret wants to shout out to everybody who has a birthday today. Happy birthday to all the birthday people. I love you, Margaret. Thank you for doing that. That's wonderful. And happy anniversary to all the married couples out there. May you all have a wonderful day. Go out to eat. Scranton Strangler says, "Lady, that's funny. My favorite weird, my favorite weird and scent is new tire smell." I love discount. See, like, I don't know why, but like, yeah, that rubbery smell. Like, whenever I go over there, I'm like, oh, I have a headache. Like, it makes me sick. I'm like, I hate this. I can't. I'll be like, how long do we have to be over here? Like, it's funny. I'm so weird like that. That's cool though. I love that, Scranton Strangler. I'm gonna have to find a good perfume like that for you and send it send it out. That is so funny, Dreamy. Margaret says, CP, don't have to act crazy. He is crazy. I know, exactly. Exactly, Margaret. He doesn't. Oh, hey, Asane. Good to see you, hon. And Star says, hi, Asane, and good to see you. Aw. Hello is from, oh, there you are, Sandy. Hey, Sandy. Good to see you. Good to see you. And crabapple tree. We have all kinds of names for poor crabapple tree. We do. Joe, hello. Good to see you. Hey, Joe. And Tina Girl, good to see you. Hey, everyone coming over from, oh, is Brittany over? Okay, well, that's great. Thank you guys for coming over. I really appreciate it. I know, I'm sure she was probably talking a lot about what was going on tonight. We did in the beginning, and boy, oh boy, that little girl's a strong, strong girl. One thing that I love about the younger girls and boys, because boys have been silenced too in their own ways. Just I have a bunch of research, and I've done about a bunch of about just society and how they don't allow boys to feel their emotions like they do with us, letting us feel our emotions, right? But that aside, I just love when young people, especially little people, get out there and they use their voice, because that is so powerful. I didn't realize I could do that until I was much older, and it stole years off my life. And so I really am proud of Nina's daughter. I really am. I really am. Don't get me all teary again, you guys. Um, Dreaming says, meow, I'm sorry, dear. I know it sounds lame, but feeling and loving yourself as you are enough. Yes. You good relationship will come, matching energy. Dreaming, that is awesome. That is like the best advice. That's another thing I wish that somebody would have told me early on. Like, don't worry, you'll be all right. Margaret, welcome all in and sit down. Let's have a party. I love you, Margaret. You're so cute. And Kathy says, FS was stalking Bobby. Her boys even set up a camera on property next to her, allegedly. Oh my God. Why? I guess they were over there, Kathy, and they were like probably acting like they were reenacting stuff, but they were really setting up like surveillance to stalk the neighbors. Oh, good night. Oh my goodness. Hey, Janet. Good to see you. Good to see all of you. Trishy says, in my opinion, the bullies are attached to SF and crew. I agree. I really do. I can totally see that. I can totally see that. Oh, there goes Patsy Band. Sandy says, I'm crazy, crazy for feeling so lonely. Aw. I love it. You guys, now we'll start singing. Margaret wants a party, so we got to start singing to her. And Janet says, Sebastian came home. She says, Sebastian, come home. We pray every day for you. You are so loved by the world. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And you know, I think that Mr. Foot doesn't like that very much. I think he gets a little jealous that Sebastian gets so much love and and he doesn't. Poor little man baby. Oh, goodness. Thank you, Gracie. Thank you. Yes, go subscribe to Gracie. Magic Google bar. Google it, y'all. I love that. I love it. I mean, I know that Katie was doing that in a sarcastic way. Maybe I like it even more that she was doing it because I'm sarcastic as hell. But I love when she said that. She was like, Google it, y'all. And then of course I try to do even more of a twang than she did because you know how she was going back and forth. Like sometimes she'd have a little bit of an accent, and sometimes. One time I swear I heard Chicago in there and I'm like, how'd she have a Chicago accent? And then I'm like, wait, she was stationed up at Great Lakes Naval Base. That's how she got that. Margaret, the handy dandy vacuum cleaner from I Love Lucy. Lucy, I'm home. Chief, whoa boy. I know. Chief, I need to know about this concrete, Chief. Tina girl, good to see you. I'm sure Aiden vetted everything Aiden said. I know. Aiden is such a good, he's so smart. I can't believe they're all going after a 24-year-old kid. Good Lord. 9:15 a.m. in South Africa, Janet. Oh my goodness. South Africa. I bet it's so pretty there. Meow, Meow says he wants CP on panel. Oh, I know. He is, that to me is like, oh, okay, that's brave. Yeah, just the fact that he's gonna have CP up there, that he summoned CP. He was like, I want you to come up on my panel. Like, I was like, oh, I don't know. That doesn't sound like such a good idea there, boss. And Osane says, I guess they should research their own troll comments. I don't know why. Like, it's so weird. We didn't have anybody trolling, and then in comes one person, and I'm like, oh, well, hi. Hello, troll. Good to see you. Thank you, Dreamy. And I even said I liked her name, too. So, but I stand by that comment. I do like her name, because Patsy Crime. Sane says that interview creeps me out. Oh my gosh, yes. Yes, all of the interviews are creepy, I think. I really do. I think they're creepy as hell. I think, I just think Chris Broadfoot is creepy. Sandy says, I'm watching the Sebastian Rogers Christmas show right now on my television. Sebastian Rogers Christmas show? Is it the one? Oh, you mean the one that Seth had? Okay, I was like, oh, I didn't see it. Oh, thank you, Dreaming. Sandy says, I just love that little kid so much. I know. Oh, I know you do, Sandy. it's so hard because I tried. Okay, so I thought I missed the beginning of Seth's Christmas, but then I went back and watched it again. I couldn't watch it again. I was like, this is so sad. Like, I couldn't. Even seeing like Nick the Hat's face come up there, I'm like, he looks like everybody's crying. Like, everybody, it was so sad. It was the saddest. Gracie says, I cannot watch that again, Sandy. No, me neither, Gracie. No way. I tried. Like I said, I didn't miss as much as I thought I did. And once I started watching it again, I was like, oh no, I gotta not. It's absolutely horrible. Or, Kathy says, Sandy, it's absolutely adorable. Warms your heart. Aw. Well, see, that's a good way to think of it. It really is. And Tina says, oh yeah, everyone is coming out with letters now. All of them. Oh, like who, I wonder. They all should come out. They all should come out and speak their minds. I think I would love for Robin to write a letter about her experience and how she was treated by Mr. Foote. I would love to hear, well, we heard from Bobby how she was treated by him, but I would like to see the dash camera that she has of him. I think that would be very valuable to put out there, in my opinion, because that way we can see him in action. Let's see what he does when the cameras aren't rolling. We all know how to be on our best behavior. That's the thing that's kind of questionable, but in the same way, some people like save it till they get home and then they really unleash the crap behind closed doors, which is why we see so much crap. Gracie says, oh, his channel show. I thought you meant Seth's got it. Yeah, see, that's what I was wondering too. I was like, oh gosh, but I know I couldn't watch it again. I couldn't. Star says that Christmas show made me cry. He's so sweet and I hate to think of anyone hurting him. I know. Yes. And too, like, Seth looked like a wreck. Poor Seth. Poor Seth. I just, Sandy, Sandy says, oh, Gracie, I'm bawling like it's my own kid. Oh, Sandy. Aw, I'd give you a hug if I could. I'm sorry. Aw. Star, yes, you could. My son lives in Indiana. Oh, Margaret. I haven't done nearly enough. I'm trying. You're doing great, Gracie. What are you talking about? I'm like, I had to read that twice. I'm like, what? Look at me. I'm like a little mole. I need to get some glasses. Like, I'm like, what? No, Gracie. I understand. Yeah, beautiful soul. Sandy does. I love Sandy, and she's so hilarious. Don't be sad, Sandy. You're gonna make me sad. I know. I'm very emotional today, guys. Today's like been very emotional, very emotional. And then reading the letter. But I think all these people need to come out with letters and say it. I think Chloe P.I. needs to write a letter about how he did to her. He was like yelling and screaming at her, belittling her, threatening her. I mean, people need to do that. They really do. I know it's not easy. Janet says trauma, death, anxiety, depression affects all different people all differently. We pray for all the healing. Thank you, Janet. I agree with that statement. Thank you for your comment. I appreciate that. Meow says I did too. I didn't tell anyone. Oh, I'm so sorry, Meow. See, nobody deserves that. Nobody does. Nobody does. There's nothing you could ever do to deserve that crap. I don't care. God will judge is right, Janet. And Gracie says, I have a hard time watching them. Even watching Seth struggling breaks my heart. It breaks my heart too. Oh my gosh, Gracie, it's like, it's definitely difficult to watch a father who really just wants his son back. And that's all he keeps saying. I want my son back. I want my son. You know, that's all he wants. Oh, I just can't anymore, Sebastian. Oh, I know. I know. It's taken a toll, Sandy. I get it. I totally get it. I do. Margaret says Rachel was my mama's name, special name. Rachel is a beautiful name. I love the name Rachel. I had a good friend named Rachel, and she was a sweetheart. She still is a sweetheart. I just don't live near her. Gracie's gavel says, yes, God will judge. That's right. That's why we have to leave it up to God sometimes, guys. We really do. And that's the hardest part. I've been guilty of it too. Like, what am I supposed to do? Just sit here and pray about it? Yeah, really, it does help. Um, but then we can also do things too because we work through Him, so we can do things still to bring awareness and things like that. But it is hard, Sandy. It is hard because and Gracie and everybody. It's hard because we care so much, and it's hard because many of us are sick of this drama crap. We don't want it. We just don't want to deal with it. We don't want it for him, for Sebastian. It's just all too much to think about. What kind of horrible thing. That's the rabbit hole that sucks the most, I think, in this case, is going down that way and thinking about all the bad things that happened to him and how he must have felt betrayed and unheard and hurt. How he must have felt when he had to tell his daddy that he doesn't think Mama and Mr. Chris like me very much. I mean, ugh. Telling his grandma things in confidence. Meow says, I don't have autism, and I was a runner when I was 11. It started from my stepdad from his essay. I'm so sorry, Meow. I hated him. I don't blame you. I don't like him either. And they kept bringing me home, and I kept running away and couldn't even tell my mom. Well, and see, that's why you didn't want to be there, and see, that's the thing with a lot of. That's right, Gracie, that's right, you're a survivor, Meow. I'm very sorry too. And that's the thing, that's why people need to listen and find out why kids are doing these kinds of things, because if they're acting up, which obviously that could be looked at as acting up or a bad behavior. Why though? Why would you do something like that? Why didn't you want to be at home? That's what these CPS workers and teachers and different mandated people and people's lives need to ask people, what's wrong? Why don't you want to be at home? Maybe if somebody would have asked that, it would have helped you a little bit to come out. I know, and it's hard to tell. It's just hard to tell. It is. So I appreciate you sharing that with us, Meow. Sandy says, I've been studying the family genealogy and I don't think Green Hoodie is Melissa's. Yeah, father. Yes, wife's daughter. Sandy, I got your email. I just haven't had a chance to reply back to it. So I am so sorry. There's a few other ones in there that I know I have to get back to. I don't think so either, Sandy, though, because I haven't had a big chance to really look into it, but I don't think so. I really don't. I think that's just speculation. Who was it? Trishy that said it, or somebody? Maybe it was you, Sandy, that said they're throwing things at the wall, like how they throw the spaghetti at the wall. If it sticks, it's ready. That's what they're doing. They're throwing a whole handfuls of spaghetti at the wall, whatever sticks, kind of a thing. That was a good analogy. It stuck with me. And Gracie says, no, Sandy, all of that was a lie for a distraction. Two different people. Yeah. See, Gracie, that's true. That's true. That's what I think too. And Tina says, black toilet heart blues clues is what I call her. Oh, Tina, that thing was so bad. That was at least 5 years worth of filth. I don't know. But I don't know how many people live in the house, but that was years worth of filth. That wasn't even like, oh, I didn't do my toilet last week or something. Janet says, yes, been married to a narcissistic people. Yes, life could be so cruel. Absolutely, Janet. It is, because they're constantly blaming you. They never take accountability. It's always someone else. It's never them. They are very, very horrible and awful to live with and to deal with and to love. Because when you love someone like that, it takes its toll. Asane says, oh, I can't stand the sound of chewing. Right? Especially if people smack or something like that. Or if they're like chew with their mouth open, or even like, I don't know, or chips. Sometimes somebody, like, even if I eat chips, I'm like, whoa, that's loud. Like, that's probably annoying or whatever, So I agree. And Gracie says, LE did an interview with Green Hoodie, Sandy, so you don't think that CP's stepsister either. Yeah, well, see, that's the thing. I would be like, something's going on. Because remember Emmy Joe, she came in here and she was like, I couldn't, if that's the case, they didn't interview her in December. And I was like, good point. Very good point. Sandy says, no, Gracie, based on looks, no. However, I don't think Ellie, law enforcement interviewed Green Hoodie. I think law enforcement interviewed Katie and took her word for it. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, I heard something like that too, Sandy, and I would not see, and that's why I wouldn't put it past them. I wouldn't. Craddock seems like a very laxed sheriff, in my opinion. He seemed like a really lax deputy too. Nanny needs a Zanny. Good to see you. Good to see you. Tina Vaughn, good to see you. Welcome in. Star says, Sandy, I felt the same way about the pants TL found. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I feel like they didn't take the time to analyze those pants. I agree, Star, 100% with that. They didn't even want to go in and get them. I mean, who are we kidding? They did not want to go get them. She sat there forever. Then somebody finally did get their happy behinds inside there to grab the pants. What a mess. Oh, Janet, thank you. Love and hugs all. Love all hug. God is love. That's right. Gracie says TL read a statement tonight, Sandy, but I cannot find it where it was stated that Seth was told by LE that they interviewed Green Hoodie. I have a screen recording of a full statement. Where can I send it? So, read a statement last night. See, I didn't get to go back into her live. I'm going to have to go looking through and see. But Seth was told by LE they did. See, and that's what they put out the written statement with the letterhead on it. So I wonder if that's what he's talking about, Gracie. See, I don't know. I am so late in the chat. Grandma of Many, good to see you. Thank you for the green hearts. All right, let me see if I can go down a little bit. Tina says, me too, girly. I'm proud of Nina's daughter and Nina for telling their truth. I'm proud of them both. I am too. Yes. Dreaming says, absolutely, Lady Freedoms. I wish I knew that in a much younger days too. Lessons learned and improved. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's important to teach our kids that too. Like, you guys can speak up, Don't always think that just because it's an elder that, you have to be totally respectful. You want them to be, but then also call him a wambulance, Nanny says. Someone wake Chief up. We have concrete questions. Yes, Kathy, thank you. Hussein says, I'm waiting for KP to do an Australian accent. Oh my gosh, if she does that, I will die laughing. Hussein, that's hilarious. If she does, could you imagine, Katie? Good day, mate. That's my best Australian, by the way, guys. That's my best one. And Janet says, has Seth taking CP's records to make a case? I don't know. They might be. He might be doing something behind the scenes. Yeah, I'm sorry, I read that wrong though. Has Seth taken CPS records to make a case? And I know he had to get a lawyer to obtain those because of course they're confidential and sealed most of the time. And then he got them, and yeah, I don't know. Whenever my ex-husband got drunk, some weird attempt at an Irish accent. Star, but it sounded more like an Australian who got kicked in the mouth by a kangaroo. Oh no, oh my gosh, you guys. Oh, Star, I think we have a lot in common. I cannot do an Irish accent to save my life, you guys. That is the hardest accent to do. I've tried practicing it too. I'm not going to lie. Because I love accents. But yeah, I don't know. I just can't do it. The Irish one is so hard. CP, all about me. Crystal clear. Nothing is crystal clear. CP. I know exactly. When he says it's going to be crystal clear, we know it's not. We just know it's not. Us saying triggered me. Star, you guys. Mouth by a kangaroo. Sandy says, I'm talking about when Sebastian was little on stage at the school. Oh, at his dance. Yes, Sandy. Seth was recording him. Justin Clutch Them Pearls just posted the other night, and I was rewatching it. Oh, yes. I put that in my tribute to Sebastian. Because he's helping that little girl with her sash. I know that one that is okay. Now I know what you're talking about. That is very sad. That it's Tina Girl says no, I meant the other side. SF and KK Clue. Yes. What were they calling her? Like the Clue Klux Klan or something. She's got that weird mask thing on her channel. Janet says, we are all waiting for the truth, all caps, yes, to be told. But in God's timing, that's true. We do have to be patient, and that's the hardest part for me. I'm very impatient. Tina, are we now writing letters? Facts and the truth, Janet says, yes, absolutely. Writing letters to Star the Toilet Fairy. Dear Toilet Fairy, please come down and clean this godforsaken toilet. And Nanny Needs a Zanny says, War Damn Eagle has a few interesting reposts from Hong on there tonight. Okay, I'll go look. I'm just glad she's posting it because I can't go on to X. It's too overwhelming sometimes. Oh, good. Oh, the letter. Okay, so there was a letter that was posted by Nina's daughter, who CP backhanded in the mouth when she had her braces in. Hey, Faye, good to see you. Good to see you, Faye. And so she basically told Mama Bowersox off and was like, hey, I know that you never thought I'd be old enough to share my side of things, but I have a voice and here's what I have to say. And she basically said everything her mom said that happened the day that she was and everything that transpired up until then, even down to the baseball bat, and described the baseball bat that was brought to the door that she thought was going to be used on her mother by CP's family. Can't get over that. Yeah, commode story. Oh my gosh, I know. I can't even. The funniest thing is I haven't deleted it out of my phone. That's the funniest thing about it. I can make fun of myself for that one, but Janet says, we don't read letters. We want the truth, to hear the truth, as we all know. Yeah, CPKP lies. Yeah, that's true. I don't want to hear a letter from them. If they even try to rebut that little girl's statements, I swear to God, I'm going to go crazy up here. And Sylvester says, sad, our world is corrupt and evil. I know, Sylvester, I know. It's good to see you, though, and I know we have good people out there. I really do believe that. I think that we have really good people out there that are willing to fight for what's right. Tina, yes, Star, I'm not kidding. That's the problem, isn't it? Sandy says, yes. Janet says, drama lies will catch up. Yeah, all of them will catch up, Janet. I believe that for sure. For sure. Yeah, I know. I usually have good numbers. I think tonight there was so much stuff going on. There really is so much stuff going on. Hello, Sylvester. Good to see you. Shaking my damn head. That's creepy. Do they ignore? Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Star says, do they imagine this will bring Sebastian out of hiding or some such weirdness? Yeah, really. Exactly, Star. That's a great point. It's not helping. It's not helping. Thank you, Meow. Thank you. Tina says, I don't know, but it's just weird. It is weird. Hey, Shadow. Good to see you. Yeah, it's really weird. Yeah, Star 100% right. It's very weird. It's very weird. Janet says, children are scared to talk because they get threatened. Please, all children speak up. Sad, easy to say, but the more children stand up for themselves, the better it will be. Yeah, absolutely. I agree, Janet. I do. Because I know we were all taught, mind your elders, don't you dare tell your elder no that they're wrong or whatever. But I think that bred a lot of things happening to children, that they were afraid to tell, or they didn't think they'd be believed and things like that. So, um, Dreamy Meow 61 young. So my beautiful years are ahead of you. So many beautiful years are ahead of you. Oh, that's so sweet, Dreaming. Thank you for that. You guys are amazing. Sylvester says Chad and Lori Daybell were planning to do that on the buried kids and put mobile home there. Oh my gosh. By the way, Scott Peterson is having a retrial. Oh, friend told me the other day. Oh, I know he's got like the Innocence Project up to bat for him. I don't know what's wrong with those people sometimes. Does anyone think KP might be narcissist herself? I do, Nanny. I do. I think she is. I think she's on the dark triad. I think she's actually like, I think Katie is histrionic, is my opinion on her, just because I tried to kind of do a very bad analysis and on her. But I do. I think that she's definitely dark triad. And I think Chris Proudfoot's malignant narcissist. Star says Scott Peterson. Yeah, I know. He is guilty AF for sure. And that's my opinion, Star, too. Definitely. Because, I mean, hey, me too. Nanny Meow says. Ah, so much joy. Star, agree. Nanny and I. Oh, I think she's a victim of CP. I mean, I do too. I think both can be true, guys. I really do. I think that she could have some really, bad issues and things like that. But I also think that CP is, you know, an ABUSEer. That he likes to power control. He's mean. He likes to hurt others. He likes to pick on people that are not his own size. He's a big bully. Jocelyn took me a minute. I was like, what is GAF? I know. And I'm getting like, whoo. Let's see. But yeah, no, guilty AF. Yes, I totally agree. Very sad Star. Poor Sebastian living with both of them. Yes, Nanny. I agree. I'll see. And Star says, still better than my ex's Irish accent. Oh my gosh, now you have me wanting to work on my Irish accent, see if I can do it. Minnie says, husband has a list of towns I'm not allowed to go to by myself. Yours is one of them. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. Mine should be one, Minnie. If we got together, we'd be a hot mess. Be getting in trouble left and right. Sandy says, Gracie, thank you for sending that. Terry Lynn is the voice of reason. She is. Oh my gosh, she is. I love listening to Terry Lynn because I'll go over there and she'll be telling us all off. Like, you guys better behave yourselves out there. I'm like, I know, Terry, I'm trying. Kathy says, okay, y'all, beautiful show. Needing beauty sleep, bad night. Oh, okay, Kathy. I'm so glad you were here. Thank you. I hope you get some good rest and everything. You're already beautiful enough. Gracie says, you're welcome, Sandy. I hope it helps and didn't create more confusion. Yeah, really, that's the last thing we need, Gracie. My goodness. Star says, Minnie, I don't blame your husband. It's a shame because we have a lot of great things here. Oakland. Oh, because of Oakland. I see. Sylvester says, none of us understand why they aren't even charged on the ABUSE, right? Yeah, exactly. We were talking about that earlier today too, because it was like, how are they not, how are they not charged or anything like that, especially with just those two. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand it. Trooper's mom, good to see you. Hello, ladies. I'm local in Hendersonville area. I wrote Sebastian a letter back in June. Oh, I remember that. Okay, at the vigil. I also sent him a Christmas card. Oh, that they probably threw away. Oh, Trooper's mom, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. I would hope not, but those two, oh. See, I would cherish that if somebody sent that to me. Star says, yes, Sylvester, I can only guess they're holding out to see if that'll lead them to Sebastian. That's a good point, Star. That's a really good point. Sandy says, no, Gracie, it's perfect. I'm going into genealogy and didn't make sense. But Tyrion doesn't need ancestry and, Microsoft Excel and newspapers. Cord to figure shit out. Oh my goodness, you guys are hilarious. Gracie says CPS records are sealed and the ones Seth has are more than likely redacted, which leaves Ellie a limited amount to deal with. Plus, they were all closed, Sylvester. Yeah, the law is unfair at times. Yeah, absolutely. I believe that too. Yeah, I think you're right on that, Gracie. I just think that they have them sealed up and redacted, and then whatever Seth was able to get through his lawyers were probably, probably had a lot of information in them, but it was just probably hard to decipher all of it. More corrupt crap. Yep, unfair at times. Oops, there goes my battery. Uh-oh. Oh, Lisa Ann, nice to see you. Nice to see you. Welcome in. Oh, no. Trooper's mom, Clue, wrote a letter. GMAB. What? Oh, my gosh. She is such a weirdo. She needs to grow up. Dreaming, Kathy, before you leave, are you related to Kincaid? Oh, yes, I love Thomas Kincaid too. Dreaming. Sylvester Crimson tried to get in on Brittany Live a few minutes ago. Oh, gosh, really? Why? Did she want to start a fight? Oh, my goodness, she did. Trooper's mom says, then SF wrote a letter, just stupid. Oh, my God. They did not. So they're basically making fun of that kid. I'm gonna go find them after this and tell them how I feel. I'll go get blocked from them later too. How's that? We'll all be blocked from SF. A clue. I have to do my cat. Oh, I'm sorry, Sandy. I hope your cat's doing better. Oh, poor kitty. Oh, I know that you said you got sick the other day. Oh my goodness. Usain says Crimson didn't last long though. Oh, she did get up there though, Usain? Oh shit. Oh my God. What is the world coming to? What is the world coming to? I know, guys. I'm gonna have to get off here and get some sleep myself. Grace. Yes, I absolutely agree. Dreaming says, yes, Margaret, you're still in here. I love you, Margaret. Sorry, yay, Margaret. Janet says, Kate, you will be alone one day. CP has the money. Bauer Sox have the money. They are all against you. They would be too if they get. Oh boy, Janet, if they're really broken up and they decide it's gonna. Oof. Yeah, it's gonna get ugly. It's gonna get effing ugly. It's gonna get fugly out there. Sylvester, I've always thought they would do something to KP. I thought so too. I know and see, that is worrisome. I wouldn't wish that. I wouldn't hope anything bad for her, on that level. Sylvester says, in my opinion, I don't think he took him to the job site. I don't think so either. I think it was just one of those things where he wanted us all to think that he did. And so that way he could be like, oh, see, they went to my job. They were wrong. I think he was fishing. I definitely do. Trooper's mom says, yes, it's on Clue's community post. Ugh. Oh my God. I'm going to go over there. She is a real POS, right? The other night she had her daughter on there being weird and flirting with like an older guy. That Dago guy's an old guy, isn't it? Hey, Ember. Good to see you, honey. I'm just thinking Crimson did allegedly, and yes, Lisa Ann, FBI will get them. Yes, I hope so. Oh, your body hurts. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Margaret. Oh, she says she's not. It's okay if you're not in a talking mood. You could just listen. Oh, we love you too. I hope you feel better. I know it's tough. I think the weather too doesn't help, right? Oh, sorry, Star. Hold on. Star says, my worry is this could, sorry. My worry is they could stage a word I can't use because censorship sucks on KP. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Oh, yeah. That would be the worst case scenario. I mean, just because those people are very wretched people. I'm just going to put it that way. None of us are perfect, right? Disclaimer, gotta say. But at the end of the day, they are not nice people, and they will step on anybody to get what they want, and, to basically take the heat off of them too. Tina Girl says, that's what I was trying to tell you all. Sorry, Tina. Yeah, it's scary. It's scary. You're right. You're right, Tina. And Star says, let me rephrase. My concern is that they could stage KP doing something. Oh, I see what you mean. I'm sorry. I thought you meant like stage her unaliving or something. Like her being so distraught or whatever that, yeah. Okay. I gotcha. Margaret says, sorry, just not. Oh, sorry, Margaret. I read that again. That one again. Oh, you guys are so sweet. And Margaret says, Star, you don't feel good? Mine too. Oh, no. Yes, Star. Well, thank you. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you guys are here. I'm fixing to take my medicine, and good night, and God bless. Oh, God blessings to all you sweet people, and please take care, and prayers to you all. Oh, prayers to you too, Margaret. Thank you for being here. We love you so much. I love all you guys. You guys are all awesome. Many blessings to Margaret and your family. Yes, Margaret and your family. Star says, I'm sticking around until Lady goes to bed, just empathizing with Margaret. Aw. That's funny. I didn't mean that, sigh. My phone's charging. Oh, good. My cat gets more blind every day. Oh, no. It's so sad. Oh, poor little thing. I hope I'm bumping into stuff. I know he's going around in circles and running into. Oh, no. And he's getting mad. Oh, poor thing. Oh, that is so sad, Sandy. I'm sorry. See, it's just, I hate even just animals suffering. It just breaks my damn heart. Aw. That's so sad. And there's nothing they could do for them, Sandy. I know that they probably, once they get older, they just can't. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Nanny. Everybody is wonderful in here, and so are you. Thank you. And please pray for all the horrible things going on in the world today. Lord knows we need them. We do. We certainly do. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. That is the truth. I know, Gracie. Oh my gosh. Poor kitty. Yes, Janet says corruption, hate, lies needs to stop. All caps. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Oh, Sandy. Oh my goodness. It's always rough to see your critters get old. It is. It is. Always so sweet in here. Oh, thank you, Ember. You're always a sweetheart too, though. Trooper's mom says I'm preparing food for 20. Ooh, breakfast in the morning. Oh, wow. Smells delicious in here. Ooh, what are you making? I'm going to have to come for breakfast. Faye says, hey, Faye, in my opinion, we live in 2025. There's no way no cam got them. I know, exactly, Faye. That is such a good point. That is such a good point. How the heck was he missed? Especially, like earlier, we were listening to a new camera system that they implemented through like 7 different towns in Sumner County, and that they were all supposed to be basically communicating with each other. So yeah, I just don't see it either. I don't. And it just, none of it makes sense. None of it makes sense, especially he would have been caught on camera. He would have been caught on camera for sure. Gracie says, how wonderful, Trooper's mom. And Star says, absolutely bewildering, right, Faye? Yeah, absolutely. It really is. It really, really is. It really, really is. Chief, I do not see your comment, hon. I promise you. I promise you. I do not see it. Let's see. Do you guys see Chief's comment? Is Chief teasing me? Is he catching me off guard because he knows I'm tired and I haven't had enough coffee today? Okay, Chief, your comments aren't. Thank you. Okay, Star. Oh, good. Sandy, Chief. Oh my gosh, Chief. I swear, honey, I am not ignoring you. I would not ignore you. I promise I wouldn't. Ember says I don't have, or Ember says I have only seen the one he just made. Yeah, me too. Okay, good. Okay, good. I thought he was teasing me. I thought he was just trying to give me a hard time or something. And Sandy says, this is the first time I've seen Chief's comment all night. Oh, okay, but yeah, been a little bit off. Yeah. Chief is trolling you. Thank you, Gracie. Gracie, all caps. He's trolling. I can't tell if he's trolling me or teasing me or what. Star says every once in a while my comments don't go through. Really? I swear, I don't think StreamYard's worth its I don't think StreamYard is worth it. I think Terry was asking that the other night. Is StreamYard really worth it? No. Mm-mm. No, it's not. It's a pain in the patoot. It's too expensive, and well, somebody's blocking my comments. I don't think so. I feel so bad, Chief. I don't want you to think we're blocking your comments, hon. And Trooper's mom says it's a catering. Oh, for a pre-wedding menu. Oh, how cool. Oh, chili calaes, vanilla French roast. Ooh, homemade biscuits, sausage gravy, and country ham steaks. That sounds so good, Trooper's mom. Oh my goodness. So you guys are making me hungry. Chief got to put in timeout. No, I don't think so. I didn't see a message that said you were putting timeout, Chief. Because I would have put like a little chair and a juice box, and I would have put a crayon in there for you. I didn't do that for Patsy Crime because she was mean, but you're not mean. Tina says, what if CP never showed up at all that Monday morning? You know, there's been some speculation about that. I know Silvers went and checked it all out, and they just said that there was no, you know, I don't know. They said there was no proof that he was staying at that Easy Days. Yeah, as a mod, they would see him, Chief. They would see him if they were being blocked. I promise you're not blocked. Faye says even if they jam the neighborhood, they could jam all the area. Yeah, they could. They could, Faye. There's a couple of videos out there. Like, I believe the Mob Crew did one. I did some research. Just basically on the camera jammers, they are long distance. Like, you can do long distances or you can do a small area. So you're absolutely right. In my opinion too, you can do they could have. Yeah, they could maybe even jammed up the frequency, depending on if they're, what frequency they're on, the the ones that they rolled out. They called it Fuchsia, the Fuchsia system. And yeah, I believe that. I believe that completely. Dreaming says, I don't think it is unless cold medicine has hidden agenda. That's funny. Minnie, I just scrolled all the way up and saw. Okay, good. I was scrolling, and I couldn't find it. Have you been pushing send? Oh, there. Star. Missing several people. Minnie says several people have said that YouTube has been removing comments. Oh. Maybe because of the concrete? Because that was the one he couldn't post. I don't have any keywords blocked. Although I did talk with Gracie about doing that. I was going to do that. Just because I don't like people coming in here saying that certain words, like, I don't want to censor you guys because I don't like doing that. But in the same way, like, if someone's going to disparage Sebastian, I can't have that go on. And Janet says they're hiding information. Craddock, speak up. Yeah, I know, right? Exactly. Maybe Craddock is in here and he's infiltrated our chat. Facsimile, yes, YouTube does remove comments. They do. They do. Yeah, Sandy says, no, Chief, you're part of our tribe now. Exactly. I don't want him to feel like we're not. Yeah, we would tell you, I promise. Sylvester says, was he charged for that on Rachel? I don't think so, Sylvester. No. I hear that they kind of paid her off to be quiet about it, is what I heard. So I don't know that for a fact. Oh, blocked words. See, I didn't auto set. Oh, that they met at auto set. I see. That's possible. I haven't set that up. I wanted to, and then I didn't end up setting it up because thankfully we didn't have any more people coming in doing that. Yeah, I haven't put any blocked words in yet, Minnie, but Jinx. Remember that? You owe me a Coke. Janet says CP was at home. I don't know if he was. He may have been, Janet. I really believe that he may have been. Star says, yeah, YouTube does auto censor certain words. Okay, then maybe that's what it is. Trooper's mom said, Patsy got a door no. Sandy, sometimes YouTube will remove comments. Yes. I blame solar flares. Summer. Here we are with our conspiracy theories over here. It's Craddock. Faye, in my opinion, LE don't want this case to go in court. What will they say they did? No protocol, no forensics, no cadaver dogs in the house, etc. I know. They did drop the ball completely, Faye. I agree. They needed to have that treated like a crime scene. They didn't. And I'd still really love to know why. I know that the main consensus would be because, well, I guess because they thought he ran away. They really wholeheartedly thought that. They were listening to what Chris and Katie were saying. So, but I just think there might be more to it. But I haven't quite figured it out. I'm ready for the aliens to beam me up, Minnie says. Beam me up, Scotty. Solar mass ejections. Janet says the lights are showing the truth. Who ran back to the house? Exactly, Janet. Exactly. That is where I'm stuck. Who ran back to the house? If somebody came from the house and they went back from the house, two people came from the house, rather. Excuse me. And one went back. It just kind of common sense, process of elimination, however we want to say it. Oh yes. Did you want mine, Trooper's mom? Mine is just my channel name, so Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives at gmail.com. But Sandy, you drop yours too, because I know Sandy's doing the genealogy too. Minnie says, have something you want to email. Oh, thank you. Lisa says he won't call because he is best friends with CP. Yeah. I think they're friendly on some level, and also has a lot to do with, oh, there we go, Sandy. And there's a lot to do with, oh, here we go, Chief. I see you. Let me just finish this really quick. I think it has a lot just to do with knowing each other, and then the Navy, knowing they're both Navy people and things like that, and Katie is too. So yes, I think there's some truth to that, and it makes sense. And Chief says, is it impossible to bury unalive in a concrete? You would have to dig a deep hole, fill the hole, then pour the concrete. Oh, I see. So basically it would be a big to do to where he wouldn't, oops, sorry, I dropped something. So it wouldn't be where they would just put somebody in there and cover them up really quick or something like that. I get what you're saying. There would have to be a hole dug, and then it be filled with the concrete. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate you writing it so many times that you had to. Yeah, Janet says, Rachel, Nina, child. Yep, Sebastian, how many cases before CP goes to court? I know, exactly. And then he has the audacity to take Betty in. I'm like, what? Like I said, we all, us creators, we don't all agree, but dang, I mean, that's ridiculous. Total misuse. YouTube is garbage, Chief says. Val Kilmer was so handsome. I heard his voice. I'm your Huckleberry. I know. Oh, cringe. Chief says maybe you need to maybe you need me to call you so you can hear my comments. I would drop a link and you could come up, Chief, if you'd like to. That's fine. But not tonight though, because I'm gonna have to get to bed here pretty soon. I was up really late. Well, I didn't go to bed till like 10:30 this morning. Then I had some saving and stuff to do, and then so yeah, I didn't get a lot of sleep at all. That's probably why I'm so like ugh, tonight. Lisa Ann says KP did. Katie told on herself and said she ran to the house and drove. Yeah, she did. She really did. She told on herself several times, and she changed her story so many times. You know? Star says, Chief, yes, true, but remember CP was working on a place where concrete was regularly being poured. See, okay, that's a good point, Star. That is a good point. Lisa says P and CP both did, then P went back, in my opinion. Ah, okay, Lisa Ann. See? KP. Yeah, KP, she had to have, because she was the only one that was supposed to have been at home and in the house. So I agree. I agree. Yes. Sandy says, Star, I love Val Kilmer, Huckleberry, Doc Holliday. They still go on vacay together. Oh, yes, Sandy, but it's not impossible, Chief. I know. See, that's what I'm thinking. I didn't like the way he laughed about it. It was just very eerie and weird. Janet says, it's not what you know, it's who you know, money. That's exactly it, Janet. I believe that too. I believe that too. And Faye says, um, in the Madeline Soto case, they send the family to a hotel. Then the first hours, yep, that's protocol. You close down the possible crime scene, in my opinion. Absolutely, absolutely. They never did make the Proud Feet leave their home. They never did. They were just standing there the whole time they were searching. They would go over there and give them updates and stuff. I really believe that they were. That they sabotaged their own investigation, in my opinion, by doing that. I agree, Faye. Those are great points. And Star says not to mention the parents in a new development area. Absolutely, that second phase they were building. Absolutely, yes. And Sylvester, thank you, Minnie. And Sylvester says if I was KP, I'd get far away from that family. Yes, absolutely. I would too, especially if they're broken up. She has a chance to do that. Janet says the 3-hour call, the thud, Katie, he already what, Katie? Yeah, I know, Janet. I know exactly what you're talking about. That already in the interview. Oh my gosh. See, she caught herself up a few times, and so did Chris. Oh, the dogs don't like me because I make them sleep in the pen when I'm home, and which means that when he's not home, they don't sleep in the pen, they sleep with Katie. So, and Chief says concrete gets air pockets in it. It's called mud holes. It's caused by moisture, then weakens the concrete, causing cracks. Oh, I see. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. So that's why. So somebody would be able to tell if somebody had done that because it would be disturbed and it would have those mud holes. I get it. I got you, Chief. That makes sense. Thank you. And Star says, really, he just had to bury a body right before they poured the concrete. Just saying, it's possible. Ah, Star. I mean, oh my goodness. Thank you, Minnie, for posting that link. That's a free link to find the RSOs, registered SOs in your area, guys. Thank you so much, Minnie. That's so important for us to know who's around the kids. Even though I don't have any little ones, but still, there's a lot of neighbor kids around. Minnie said, did CP do an interview where he talked about concrete? Yeah, well, it was a post that he posted on Facebook, but then Terry Lynn asked him about that post in her interview with him, and he said basically he laughed about it and said, oh no, that's impossible, but he laughed. So oh gosh. And Star says, so it's really unlikely. I hear you, Chief. Yeah, Yeah, you would know. Yeah, absolutely. And that's true, Star, though. But like you said, yeah, because if there was already like, say there was like, I know what you're talking about. Like, say there was like a sidewalk, and it was deep, and then all they had to do was like put somebody there and then pour it over it. But then if the pockets, yeah, that would make it different. That would, or excuse me, that would make it difficult. And Janet says, and look what they did to Seth's house while they were walking around. I know, they did. Seth said they tore his house up and they tore Sebastian's room up, and that Sebastian's room was neat and orderly, and that the police had complimented Seth on that and said his room was nice and neat and orderly. But then at Katie and Chris's house, his room was messy, and Katie said that his room was always messy, like that it was always like that, which is odd. So good point, Janet. Thank you. And Ember says, I've missed a lot. LOL. Are they broke up? Yeah, Ember. That's what we're hearing. Is that that's the rumor? Yeah, yeah. I hate putting it that way. Sorry. No, it's okay. No, you're totally fine because I don't know it for sure, Star. So I appreciate it. Because if I did, I'd be like, allegedly, in my opinion, but really, yeah, they're, he's got an apartment or something. Apparently, Crab Ass Tree was the one that basically said that he kind of leaked it out or accidentally said it or whatever, alluded to it. Lisa says, but she can't because they both have something against each other. Oh yeah, if she did OD him, yes, then choked the rest of the way. Oh no, in my opinion, yeah, Lisa, that's true. That is true. If they both were involved, absolutely. Yep, Faye says they messed up and forgetting a pair of shoes that really screwed them up. Yes, it did, Lisa. Star says St. Jude is a huge site. Those tend to get built up really quickly, so I just don't know if I'm willing to let that theory slide. Yeah, I agree, Star. It's the concrete comment that bugs the ish out of me. Yep. Yeah, considering. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Hey, Bev, good to see you. Bev says, in my opinion, he would not chance driving over 3 hours away. That's a good point. He may not have wanted to chance that. There may have been, maybe the three were Mama Socks, Terry, and not Lynn, excuse me, Mama Socks, Papa Socks, and Katie Socks. We don't, maybe not, or Katie Feet. Because there were three light sources. One waiting over by the car, and then two. So maybe Kathy and them were waiting in the car. Although Sebastian did go do things with Terry, as far as Chris would say, he's like, my stepdad took him to Culver's, and things like that. So it's a possibility. It's a possibility. Um, Chief says your driveway sidewalks are 3 to 4 inches thick. Houses on slabs are 14 to 16 inches thick. See, that's not enough space then, Chief. That's a good point. See, and I think that's what Chris was getting at when he was laughing, but I think threw everybody off that he did laugh, Thank you, Chief, for letting us know that, because that puts it in perspective, I think, a lot better. Tina says I just forgot to put his Oh, Tina says they just forgot to put his shoes on in the heat of the moment. You don't need shoes if you're not walking. True. Very true. True, Tina. And Janet says Craddock, Bauer, Sox, CP, KP needs to be investigated. I agree. Janet. Chief, what about the parking garage? Star is asking. Lisa said yes, he did. Trooper's mom says, well, D. Guy Jr. is building $1 million homes with pools in Gallatin, Tennessee. I believe anything built from February should be demolished and the concrete dug up, in my opinion. That's a good point, Trooper's mom. The access that family has to different properties and construction sites is concerning. It's a major concern. Star says, look at the construction going on at St. Jude's, Memphis, Chief. Would that be different at all? Well, that's true, Star. I wonder if it would be different in a commercial types, from a commercial standpoint. Oh, thank you, Minnie. Minnie says, make a difference. You can print out just 10 flyers to post in your community. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Minnie. That's great. I need to grab that link from you. That way I can put it in the videos too. Because that's a great idea. Thank you so much for posting that. And Faye says, in my opinion, the family was at the streets that morning. Oh yeah. That's very possible. They're all suspects in my opinion. Yeah, Faye, I think you're right. I do. I think that's a very, very possible and probable that, don't let anybody off the radar yet. Yeah, because we don't know. We have no idea. Pleading the fifth and breaking up connection. I know, Amber. I'm wondering about it. Um, I'll have to do some more research on it, but definitely. Well, guys, I do want to thank you all for being here tonight and the conversation. You guys are awesome. All of your comments are so smart and thoughtful. And I really appreciate that because we don't see that everywhere. So I really love having you all here. I just wanted to remind you all that I did post the video about Crystal McCrory Jones and her family going to meet with the sheriff, who is Scott Matthews, and their conversation. It is very interesting. And then also, viewer discretion advised and a trigger warning. It is about DV. It is about someone that, in my opinion, what their life was taken from them and they were blamed. So please go check it out. And definitely give some love in the comments. The reason why I was able to have this up so fast was because Crystal's sister Jana did all of this research and she brought this to the sheriff, and then they had this sit down meeting. And so that was recorded, but in there, I really would like you guys to go over and watch it because I did demonstrate the reasons why I, as well as her family, believe that she did not take her own life, that she did not, that she did not want to lose her life. She was about to be a grandma. She just had passed an insurance agent test with flying colors. She got a 96% on it. She printed out her certificate. She had positive quotes on her computer. There was no former attempts at this, nor were there threats of this. It was just that she was sad because her husband was being an ass and cheating on her, and it broke her heart. And so I just would love for you guys. Thank you, Ember. Oh, thank you so much, Jocelyn. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you, Janet. Never give up and never give up. Be safe. Never stop praying. All God's blessings. Yes. Thank you so much, Janet. Thank you. Faye says with what vehicle Cruella went to Sebastian's house Monday morning. Yes. Yes. I believe she was in her SUV, to my knowledge, Faye. Sandy says it's good to have Chief in here to explain construction stuff. Absolutely. We appreciate you, Chief. Sounds good. Where did you post it? Trooper's Mom, I posted it on my just on my regular channel. So you'll see it. It says Justice for Crystal McCrory, and it's a full interview with Sheriff Matthews. It's really good. It's got supporting evidence. And the reason why it's got all that supporting evidence is because Jana is, she's like an investigator, you guys, okay? She might as well be a detective as with the wonderful job that she did. A labor of love. Bev, thank you so much. Sebastian, we love you, honey. Thank you so much, Bev. No, it's a whole video, mini. It's about, let's see, it's an hour and 11 minutes long. So not terribly long, not short by any means, but lots of information. And then at the end, the sheriff freaking blows up. Oh, thank you, Shay. Good to have you, honey. I love your videos. I love your videos so much. I love that song you use in there for when you do the Chris video. Oh my gosh, that one it gets me every time. Thank you so much. And but yeah, basically he blows up at the end because Jana's sister-in-law, Julie, did a really good job, and she stood her ground and was like, no, this is why we think this. And the sheriff is just like trying to basically deflect, and he's like, I'm not trying to poke holes in anything. I'm not trying to shoot holes in anything, but he was like left and right. And oh, thank you, Minnie. Thank you so much for posting it. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Oh, good Lord, I gotta get better at this. Minnie, that's so funny. I'm so glad you guys are around because I'm like, oh gosh, how do I do this? Star says, yes, I appreciated your input, Chief, and decided to Google it, y'all. You're right. Star, it's just that easy. We don't even have to like research too hard because we got our phones, Uh, sorry, I was checking the list. Oh, thank you, Dreaming. Oh, I'm sorry, Shay. I hope you feel better. Everybody's getting sick. Everybody is. Yes, Bowersock's backyard needs to be checked out too. Absolutely, Janet. I believe that. I believe they need to check out all those properties that Chris's mom has because they have access, and that's the crazy part. Yes, I know, Ember, right? I love Shay's channel too. Well, good, Shay. I hope you feel better soon. It is. Everybody's getting sick around though. I got it early, and then now I've just been on cough drops though still because I got a little bit of itchy throat, but I think it's just the weather. Yeah, she is. She's always working hard, always working hard. And Chief says that that's residential. Commercial would be thicker, but would be difficult to pull off. Commercial slabs have rebar in the steel in it, steel rods. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, the rebar. So it has those steel rods that go through. So it would be hard to put someone in there. I gotcha. Thank you, Minnie. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Faye. Justice for Sebastian. Janet, we appreciate your input. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Dreaming, for saying that. Sebastian will be found. We have faith. God always answers prayers. Yes, Janet. Thank you. Thank you all so much. You guys are all amazing. Sandy says, B Socks Woods has been on my list. Good night, everyone. Same, Sandy. Same. I'm gonna hit you back on email. Ember says the change in Florida weather brings the sniffles. Yes, it does, Ember. Isn't that funny? Thank you for understanding. I was like, I don't know why I'm still sick. But it's not. It's just the sniffles, and it's also my throat, if I talk a lot. Oh, Bev, I'm so glad you were here. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for being here. And Dreaming says, Janet, we just need added, don't want to hurt feelings. You've just been really supportive. Aw, you guys are awesome. Oh, glad to have you, Bev. Before the concrete can be poured, the steel has to be inspected. See, that's what I was wondering, Chief. Thank you for clarifying that piece, because I'm like, would it be possible for him to get away with it? Because I don't think anybody at his job site liked him. So I don't think anybody would have covered for his ass. But you never know. He could have dirt on one of those guys and they would do it. But in the same way, I thank you, because I was wondering about that whole, the logistics of how that would work. So thank you, Chief. And I'm sorry if YouTube was banning some comments. Faye says, I'm sure LE hasn't checked their properties with dogs. I'm sure too, Faye. I'm sure they haven't. They've really dropped the ball. They really have. Well, good, guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you all being here. And please check out my video and show some love. Let me know what you think. There are some photos in there, just very sensitive photos. So I want to warn you guys, it's just something that I would really like some feedback on, just because of the way some things are in terms of entrance exit wounds. Also, the timeline of events was off. There was some lies going on. And then also I'm going to work on getting the 7-minute interview with law enforcement up of Tony, the husband. And then we have 2 more interviews with law enforcement that I would love for you all to hear and give me your comments on. It really means a lot. It means so much to Jana. She's worked so hard on all of it. Just got a billboard up for her sister, Justice for Crystal McCrory. I'm going to stop adding the Jones in there. I added the Jones up here because I was asking the law enforcement agents actual question in there. And they know who I'm talking about if they ever look, if they ever take the time to look. The problem is, too, really quick before we go, LE didn't want to look. They won't look at the photos that the family was told by the beautician and the morticians to take because there was abnormal bruising and because the exit and entry wounds looked very bizarre and suspicious and just not right to them. And so they suggested that the family take pictures, and they did, and the sheriff refused to look at them. He said that he wasn't going to try the case from behind his desk. I think he needed to take a look at those. So let me know what you think. I love you all so very, very much. Please be safe out there. Please be kind. And if you see hate towards Nina's little girls, you know, stick up for them. You know what I mean? Because they don't deserve that crap. Chief says if the houses are slabs, they need to check the crawl spaces. Ah, good point. Good point, Chief. So check the crawl spaces. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you so much. FBI, we need an update, please, Janet. Thank you. Thank you, Minnie. I love you all. You all have a great night, and I will talk to you tomorrow. Thank you. I hope everyone who's not feeling well is feeling better tomorrow. Justice for Jana McCrory. Justice for Sebastian Rogers. And justice for Nina's little girl. She's so very, very strong.